Good evening, everyone. I would now like to call May 20th, 2025 Longmont City Council regular session to order. The live stream of this meeting can be viewed at the city's YouTube channel or at longmontpublicmedia.org/watch or on Comcast channels 8 and 880. May we have a roll call, please, Don?
Absolutely. Mayor Peck.
Present.
Councilmember Christ.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring.
Over here.
Councilmember McCoy. Councilmember Popkin. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Here.
Councilmember Yarbrough.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic
to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As a reminder to the chair, in accordance with the council's rules of procedure, the rules for providing public comment are as follows. Only Longmont residents and employees of the city of Longmont may speak during first call, public invited to be heard. And you must provide your address on the sign-up sheet outside, and or I won't call your name if you're not on that sign-up sheet. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Anyone may speak on second reading or public hearing item. And to that point, if you're here to speak on the sex offender, we would like you to wait until that item is read on the second reading, which calls for a public hearing. Anyone may speak during final call. Public invited to be heard. Members of the audience shall refrain from disruptive, vulgar, or abusive language, applause, heckling, or other actions that interfere with the orderly function of the council. May I have a motion for the May 6, 2025 regular session minutes? It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Is there any discussion or amendments to the minutes? Councilor Christ.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have two adjustments to the meeting minutes. First is on page 3, the motion, the motion that I made to add to an agenda. Diane Christ moved, seconded by Susie Hidalgo Faring, to ask Boulder County to bring back a home, if we could add the word home, composting presentation on a future agenda to inform the community.
I don't recall. I know you had mentioned that, but that wasn't when I made a friendly amendment.
You
I can.
remove the home?
So when I made the friendly amendment, I was envisioning the whole gamut. So not just the home, but actually the whole process of what, yes, of what is allowed in composting. So whether you are doing it through the city or in home, what might be items that are compostable are not. So it was more like, I was envisioning more of an educational. So when I made the friendly amendment, I wanted it to encompass more. And
Well,
that's what
I
I
would
thought
like
we
an
voted on.
educational.
Yeah.
And thank you, because the other thing is, I wanted a little more clarity as to what we were asking from Boulder County.
Yes.
So that satisfies both of those.
Okay.
But I do have, so that was one.
Okay.
So, Don,
Is that
don't make
clear,
that
Don?
change.
Okay.
The second thing is on ordinance 2025-27. Actually, my vote was in opposition, and it's recorded as I voted in favor. So I've just preferred the policy of maintaining energy choice where it already existed. So I voted in opposition. It was a difficult evening on the 6th in that we had a lot of technical difficulties, and this was a voice and hand vote. So I did look it up. It starts at 2 hours, 22 minutes, and 1 second if you want to verify it. But I voted to oppose.
So I move with changes.
Can you turn on your mic, please?
I move with changes that were presented here.
Second.
No, it's, she.
Okay, so those minutes have been moved with some changes to the minutes, and that was made by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Yarbrough. Can we have a vote, please? Once again, I don't see mine. I'll vote yes. And that passes unanimously. We are now at the agenda revisions and submissions of documents and motions to direct the city manager to add agenda items to future agendas. Dawn, do we have any I do see a revision here.
We do have one correction. There was a Scrivener's error in the sex offender ordinance on page 3, line 17. The word register should be replaced by the word registered. So at your desks, you have a corrected ordinance with that word highlighted there for you. And I have additional copies if anybody in the audience needs to see one. And then there are also copies of the updated map
Great,
for you all.
thank you. Counselor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I wanted to raise a motion to direct the city manager, so I'll introduce it briefly here. We have multiple urban renewal development projects in the works, but obviously these are complex projects. We want to be sure we can attract innovative and thoughtful developers to help implement those STEAM project goals. And so this means, allowing for more creativity to streamline the development process in those urban renewal priority areas. I also know that the city learned firsthand, before I was appointed, some of these strategies with the True North project or HousePad. And so with those multiple exciting opportunities for infill redevelopment in underutilized and previously developed areas like the sugar mill, the flour mill, area around First and Main, parts of Rivertown and other parts of North Main Street even, I'd actually like to build on Councilmember Rodriguez's previous motion a few weeks ago to examine different building heights in those key areas and actually ask staff to pitch us some creative options or innovative options to encourage and attract innovative redevelopment in these key areas of the city. So my motion here is to direct city manager and staff to bring city council a comprehensive set of options to streamline, offer more flexibility for, and increased clarity for future redevelopment in key urban renewal areas, and then to present those options in a study session to City Council to inform what I hope would be the creation of an urban renewal innovation overlay zone. Thinking timeline, probably end of summer, August or September. Harold, do you have any concerns with that from a timeline standpoint?
No, I think if I have the flexibility for August or September based on projects we're working on, I think it'll dovetail with those conversations. So I'm good.
Great. And is it fair to assume that staff has learned a lot from different types of projects over the last couple of years that perhaps we could compile what would make sense to really try to think about what would an innovative redevelopment zone look like?
Yeah, I think if we've looked at what we've worked on from Village at the Peaks to South Main Station to the Costco project, I think we've learned a lot in that we can bring some ideas forward.
Great. Well, thank you, and welcome any questions that my fellow council members have.
I'll second that. That was a very long description.
You're welcome.
So I think that the motion was to direct staff to bring back in an August, September timeline, a motion to,
A set of options on streamlining future redevelopment in urban renewal areas.
thank you.
You're welcome.
I didn't get that because I don't get this. Oh. So, is there any other discussion? Let's vote. I'm a yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. I also have a motion. I move to direct staff to bring back an update on airport operations at the June 3rd City Council meeting, including options for landing fees, flight paths, lease length and terms, and unleaded fuel.
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilor McCoy. Councilor Popkin.
Oh, no, sorry, this was for a different purpose later.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. I think I'll vote yes on that. And that passes unanimously. Are there any other motions? Is this for you? Okay.
Yeah, you beat me to the punch with an airport-related topic. I just want to note, council has been briefed multiple times on multiple recent plane crashes and recent threat to public safety towards active aircraft. And aviation safety operations, or the safety of aviation operations is critically important here for our friends, our neighbors, and the aviation community overall. While I also, and separately from that, I also realize that there have been some incidents where that have been handled by the FAA in Boulder County, where clear and timely communication is a key part of maintaining safe operations too. And so I'd like to make two motions related to this. The first is to ask to have council, First is a motion that council ask the Airport Advisory Board to review current public notification and communications practices and recommend improvements if needed. I have a second motion, but I'll wait on that.
It's been
Thank you for the
moved by Councillor Popkin, seconded by Councillor McCoy, to direct staff to bring back updates on.
Airport Advisory Board to review current plans. Sorry, I'll restate my motion.
No, I've got it.
Okay.
Thanks, though.
There we go.
To direct the Airport Advisory Board to bring back updated and current plans for crashes and communication.
I was specifically going, just to amend that slightly, to review current public notification and communications practices specifically related to that.
I should have let you
That's
make it
okay.
anyway. So that's been seconded by Councillor McCoy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. I'm a yes. That passes unanimously. Councillor Popkin.
And part two of this, related, there have also been contributing to some of these tensions is certainly frustration about noise from some neighbors. And the primary tool that the city has to manage noise is Longmont's voluntary noise abatement program. But I've heard questions about the program's efficacy. And so I'd also like to ask, I'd like to make a motion that council ask the Airport Advisory Board to evaluate current voluntary noise abatement program education and communication strategies to advise on what, if any, improvements are needed to increase reach and efficacy.
That was seconded by Councillor McCoy. I did get an email today, right before, we probably all did, from the airport manager, and he had said that Rocky Mountain Airport has joined the voluntary abatement program. And for, exactly what does it say? Yeah.
Mayor, if I can, and they're.
So they're putting it on their website, hopefully waiting to see how that takes over and hoping that it will allow some of the flights to go back to Rocky Mountain and perhaps to other airports. So he is looking into that.
Yeah, and I appreciate those efforts sincerely by Levi, and I'm hoping that the Airport Advisory Board can look at not just that as a single strategy, but the entire ecosystem of communication strategies there to make sure that that is as effective and robust as possible in terms of both online communication, in-person communication, and other partnerships. So that's all baked into what I'm hoping this can achieve.
So can we, that has been seconded, but I would like to, before we vote on it, ask if that can be brought back at the same time that Levi will be reporting on the first motion, that these aren't two separate meetings, because they're both about communication.
I don't have a concern as
And
it relates to
this is to staff.
Oh, excuse me.
And can he actually bring that back on June 3rd if he has the?
So I think you have two different motions here. One is the motions as they're presented have been directed to the Airport Advisory Board to look
of
at
course.
this.
Okay.
And then once they look at that, I think that would be something that we could bring back, but it's not on the same timing as the June 3rd. The June 3rd that just passed earlier is
Yes.
a different conversation. So I think the motion's here, Airport Advisory Board direction. Your motion is direction to staff to bring these back.
Yeah, and the Airport Advisory Board doesn't meet until I think the first or second week of June anyway next. So, and this might take a little bit of time to also have some.
Yeah, there's two different
yeah.
asks.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah. No, I appreciate the thoughtfulness there of trying to kind of consolidate those conversations.
Okay, let's vote. I don't see any other discussion. And I'm in favor of that. That passes unanimously.
No further motions, thank you.
Oh, Harold can't walk away. It's the city manager's report.
No report, Mayor, Council.
Thank you. We are now at the special reports and presentations. We do have a proclamation tonight, and it is one designating May 1st through the 31st, 2025 as Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month in Longmont, Colorado. So I will read this first. Okay. Whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history and archaeology in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of heritage that has shaped us as people. And whereas the Historic Preservation Commission supports Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month in Longmont for May 2025. Now, therefore, I, Joan Peck, Mayor, by virtue of the authority vested in me in the City Council of the City of Longmont, do hereby proclaim May 1st through the 31st, 2025 as Archaeological and Historic Preservation Month in Longmont. And we welcome Jennifer Hewitt.
I think it's on now. Thank you so much, Mayor Peck. I don't really have a presentation for this. I would just like to thank Mayor Peck as our council liaison on the Historic Preservation Commission and recognize the commissioners we have here this evening. I know Commissioner Doug Barnard is here. And if anyone else is here that I can't see, jump up and say hello. Okay, Commissioner Barnard is here. And I just would like to make one announcement related to Historic Preservation Month and that is we got some very exciting news last, about a week and a half ago, that the Kanemoto Park Tower of Compassion has officially been listed on the National Register of Historic Places. So stay tuned for a more formal event or activity for that. I know the State Historic Preservation Office does have a plaque for us as well, so
That's great.
stay tuned. That is very exciting. We don't have a ton of National Register landmarks. I think this is our 10th or 11th, maybe. I'll have a more accurate count later, but we don't have very many, so this is a very big honor.
Great, thank you. Do you and Commissioner Barnard want a picture? You're welcome. Thank you for
All right, big smiles. Up here, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
Thank you. The second thing on our list is going to be a presentation from the Longmont Senior Citizens Advisory Board. It's the 2025 annual report. And welcome, Ronnie.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Peck. Thank you, Council. Thanks for having me here tonight. All right. My name is Ronnie Manus. I'm the Senior Services Manager for the city. And over at the Senior Center, we provide two different types of services, supportive services and recreation services. And I'm here to give you our 2024 annual report. Sorry, just trying to figure this out. At the Senior Center this past year, in 2024, we had 98,144 total visits in our facility, which is an increase of 9,000 more visits from 2023 and 21,000 more from 2022. Our supportive services staff provided support to 1,615 total individuals. And of those 1,615 total individuals, 998 of them were new to supportive services, and 110 of those individuals received only emotional support services. Out of that total, 1,505 individuals received resource assistance. So we're seeing an increase in supportive services, resource navigation specifically, at our facility. Through our recreation programs, this past year we offered 134 total day trips out of our facility with 2,412 total participants. At our site, we also provided 1,908 total programs, both drop-in, which are free of charge, or which are free, and we also have registered programs as well. So 1,908 total programs offered, which brought in 36,844 total participants this past year. Of those 36,844, 11,949 were participants in our drop-in programs. Again, free of charge. They don't have to register. They just show up and participate.
Ronnie, can I interrupt for a moment?
Yes.
Are you moving the slides, or is this?
This one, not yet.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Yes. I'm just wowing you with all this information.
Oh,
So
very
hopefully it's
wild.
working. Yeah. This past year, we also offered 67 Spanish programs with 801 total participants. We've been really intentional in growing our Spanish programs at the Senior Center over the past 3 years. So these programs brought in 1,516 total participants this past year, and 194 of them were drop-in programs. So again, we're focusing as much as possible on that those opportunities to participate free of charge at our facility. Out of our location, our Meals and Wheels is hopping. Meals and Wheels provided 16,594 meals on site at the Senior Center this past year, with 100,651 total deliveries from our location. So that collectively, that's an average of 9,807 meals per month out of our location. So due to the demand, I had spoke about our day trips and how popular they are. We always have a giant wait list. We've worked with our friends of the Longmont Senior Center to purchase 2 new vehicles to allow more participants to go on our day trips. So we have now 4 total vehicles. This allows us to as much as possible, stay away from getting a charter bus and using our own fleet of vehicles to transport. This allows us to keep our costs down for our participants, and we're not paying them that charter bus fee for our participants, and allowing more participants to participate in our day trips as well. So again, big shout out to our friends at the Longmont Senior Center for that support for the 2 new vehicles for this year. And really another thing that we're really excited about that we did this year was that was this year. I'm talking about our 2024 highlights, but I'd like to share is also the Elder Exchange. Since I started 3 years ago, this has been a big work in process. And in March, we were able to host our Northern Arapaho friends from the Wind River Reservation here in Longmont, March 19th through 22nd. This is the first time an Elder Exchange with a tribal sovereign nation has taken place on record. So something we're very, very, very proud of, and just to continue to build our sister city relationship with our Northern Arapaho friends. And so here in July, we will be set to visit to them on the reservation July 9th through 12th. So very excited about that. Next, I would like to introduce our Senior Citizens Advisory Board Chair, John Higgins. John will provide you with the advisory board's 2024 accomplishments and the 2025 goals.
Thank you, Ruth. These are my slides.
Okay.
Mayor Peck, City Council, my name is John Higgins. I chair the Longmont Senior Citizens Advisory Board at the Longmont Senior Center. And I'm here to give the annual update, and also to, hopefully, you'll remember I was here last month with Karen Roney. We signed a proclamation declaring this May Older Americans Month. And in that proclamation was the acknowledgement of the contribution that older Americans make to our families and to our community. And at the end of that, I said, I may be back for one more thing. So that'll be part of tonight also, one more thing. Part of the mandate of the of the advisory board is to advise the city council on things that affect senior citizens. In the past, our focus has been transportation, housing, sustainability, outreach, and staffing. And we've come here to ask for help in those areas and also to get information to transfer to senior citizens of our city. We supported quite strongly the Ride Longmont. A number of our board members are part of the housing group. And we just do everything we can in addition to the volunteer hours we spend at meetings. We also get out in the community to do what we can to spread the word. Next, please. At the end of our last presentation, the then board chair said, is there anything else we think we could do? So the group of us went to the city priorities and began to look at what other things might affect senior citizens. And it came up that sustainability is a big issue and that one of the things that wasn't addressed specifically was food security. So we began to look at what needs there might be for that. So we turned next from city priorities to human priorities. And in this, you'll see that the bottom, not because it's not important, it's the foundation of all needs: breathing, food, water, shelter, clothing, and sleep. And while we address shelter and water pretty vigorously in the city, and we do things for people, nonprofits that support food security, we don't call it out as a need, and we feel that what that does is stigmatize something that is pretty basic to all people, and that is food security. And that's the ask we'll ask now, which is included as part of sustainability, and also to include it in other areas of city involvement. We went next to Community Food Shares, the largest supplier of food here to Longmont, actually to Boulder and Broomfield counties. Of the 13 million pounds they delivered in the counties, the majority of that food came here to Longmont. So the major part of 13 million pounds. Now, the group on the bottom is what the City Human Services already funds. Next slide. These are nonprofits, to the tune of $300,000+ last year, that do food programs for seniors, for those that need medical attention around food. Project Angel Heart, Our Center. You already heard about Meals on Wheels, all supporting food security for our citizens, especially Longmont Meals on Wheels, specifically for seniors. Next, please. Hit it. There it is. So we started to look further back. In 2016, the city's Envision Longmont program, page 13, had one statement about older adults being the largest part of our population. It's happening. Of the 98,000 people we have, 55 plus, 31% are over 55. So we are, in addition to that, the largest increase in the senior population is 80 plus. There's a 220% increase in that in the next 20 years. So we're living longer and we're hanging around longer, so we need some help in some areas. Looking at some statistics again from Meals on Wheels, I don't think anybody here will be surprised by this. Average cost of meals in Boulder County are up 28% since 2018, or 18% higher than the rest of Colorado. Shockingly, 37% higher than the average meal cost in the United States. Congratulations to us. In addition to that, in the Aging Well documentation for 2024, of the seniors in Longmont that were questioned, 36% have at least a minor problem meeting daily expenses. 44% they have a fair to poor availability of food. So it is an issue and it exists here in Longmont. It's been documented pretty well. Now, what's the economic impact? In that same report, Longmont seniors have the highest contribution rate for care of older adults, volunteering, and care for children. They put an economic value on that of $155 million. We'll speak later about the impact in food insecurity on the health of seniors and the impact they would have on that $155 million if we don't address it. On the other side, we're likely to remain here through retirement. 80% of us say absolutely, and almost 90% of us love living in Longmont, which I think most of us will bear out. So we still could use some help. Community Food Share says 9.25% of seniors in Colorado are food insecure. They say off the record that they feel the numbers in Longmont, the percentages are higher than 9.25. What's the impact? Older adults who are even marginally food insecure will appear to be 14 years older than their actual age. So a 60-year-old who is not properly nourished will show as someone at 74. Again, the economic impact on health is pretty staggering. And I'll show you the numbers in the next slide. We're part of the Human Services Department that are actively pursuing all of these areas in the green as it affects children, youth, and family. Obviously affects the seniors, low-income housing. The impact on seniors is, again, well documented. By putting food security as a stated sustainability item, it will allow us to go more aggressive in seeking grants and outside funding to support programs here. That's the primary reason, that and to destigmatize the fact that food security is an issue for people. It's hard for people, especially seniors, to say, I need help to feed my family. As we start to expand our look, we realize that seniors and children are obviously connected. And the framework here shows what food insecurity will do. Obviously, people have to make different choices when they're food insecure. That'll affect employment, chronic disease. It's pretty obvious that if we don't feed people well, it's going to have an impact on our city. So we're asking again to make that a stated service. On the other hand, next slide, we all can see the positive effects. Alleviates poverty, supports economic stability, and the bottom right one, improves retail food environments. If people call food security an issue, they will address it and they will prosper by forwarding it. Go ahead. These are the connections that the current Human Services Department follows through. They're doing after school and summer meals, Meals on Wheels we've talked about is supporting food security. There's a lot that the city already does, and we're not asking for any additional funding. We just want sustainability to include food security as a specific item. Next, please. So, I repeat myself. We'd like to have food security called out and added as a sustainability item so that when can destigmatize the fact that people are embarrassed to ask for help around food, and also to be able to foster grant writing and success in asking for funding. Thank you very much. Also, for seniors, June 14th, we're having our first Longmont Senior Center food table. Inviting all seniors in Longmont to come participate. Free food supplied by Longmont Food Rescue Program. Thank you. Any questions?
I don't see any.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins
Thank you
and
very
Ronnie.
much.
This is very informative.
Appreciate it.
We are now at our consent agenda. Not yet. We at first call, public invited to be heard. Just kidding. So, I want to state once again, if anyone has signed up on the first call sheet and you want to talk about the sex offender issue, that will be on second reading, and that is when you would, on public invited to be heard on that one. So, state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes. The first one is Din Phone.
Hi, my name is Din Pham. And I live in 1222 Hummingbird Circle, and I'm a rising 12th grader at Nyewood High School. I have been a resident of Longmont for 10 years now. I'm also the elected president of the Longmont Youth Council. And as a representative of youth in the city, I feel inclined to speak about the number one issue affecting many of us right now, that being food security. I'm asking that food security be added as a priority in upcoming budget cycles, included alongside safety, equity, and sustainability as a council priority. The Senior Center Advisory Board has just discussed the need for food security among senior citizens and the broader community. Now I want to share my story. For the past 10 years, my family has struggled with food shortages. My dad is a single father. He works multiple jobs, often for very long hours, to support my sibling and I's education and well-being. Because of that, he doesn't always have the time or resources to prepare healthy meals for us. We have relied on the Our Center for support for a while now, and while I'm fortunate to have that resource, I also know firsthand that the Our Center and other services in the city currently don't have the capacity to feed every single person who needs help. Food is a basic physiological need that affects all parts of human development. I am a son, a community member, but most of all, I am a student. I too often remember coming home from school hungry, and sometimes there's nothing to eat. It's hard to focus on my studies with an empty stomach. I know many students who feel the same, and their only ask is to have access to the facilities or programs where they can easily grab something to eat after school. As students, they should not be stressing about what they're going to eat at home or if there's anything at all for them to eat. They should be focused on their education so that they can attain a better future. Food insecurity also doesn't just affect our day-to-day needs. It chips away at our self-esteem and our sense of belonging. I've seen how over time it can wear a student down, both physically and mentally. You start to believe you're different or that you're a burden for needing help. And once that belief sets in, it changes how you see yourself and how you connect with your teachers and your friends and your neighbors. So I'm once again asking to please include food security as a council priority alongside safety, equity, and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Howard Morgan.
Members of the council, my name is Howard Morgan. My address is 229 Airport Road, Hangar 33H. And I'd like to talk about the airport a little bit. And I've been a professional pilot for 60 years, and a flight instructor for many years, and a major hangar owner at the Longmont Airport. And a number of people have called this a recreational airport, which there is recreation going on for sure, but it's a general aviation airport, which means that all facets of aviation are present at the airport. One of the big ones is that most of the, or not most of, but many of the biggest companies in town have airplanes, multi-million-dollar jets, turboprops, and smaller airplanes in which they do business with. Also, we have numerous airplanes of the same category, jets, turboprops, and smaller airplanes, coming to Longmont every day. And they're not coming to buy a hamburger, they're coming here to do business. Big business. The Colorado CDOT, Department of Transport, says that the airport produces $73.6 million a year to the community. Mm-hmm. And there's no reason, if the city would take an interest in this airport, clean it up and make some major improvements, that it couldn't be producing $100 million. This runway is federally funded, so you cannot tell somebody they can't land here any more than you could tell a semi-truck driver he can't go up Main Street, because it's a government-owned property. So the instruction going on is aggravating me to some people, but you got to remember that within a couple of years, these students are going to be flying your airliner or your corporate jet or a smaller airplane carrying an organ transplant or an air ambulance or any number of things, which is all general aviation. So there are some detractors of the airport, but you got to remember that last year we had an expo and 8,000 people showed up, many of them walking a long distance just to get there. If we had more adequate parking, we would have more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Anthony Cleaver.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Cleaver, My address is 229 Airport Road, Hangar 33E. I've been a pilot out at Longmont Airport for over 30 years. I have a hangar there. There's been talk about the airport landing fees, and just to make you aware that I pay rent to the city of Longmont for my concrete pad out there, also paying a possessory interest fee on that as well. The FAA says the only thing I can put in that hangar is an aircraft. And by putting a landing fee there, I'm going to be paying a double tax on that, as well as the interest or the rent to the city and then having to pay a landing fee itself. So I'm kind of against that out there. So that's what I've got on that. So, cheers.
Thank you, Anthony. Chad Rimke.
Chad Renicky, 907 Champion Circle, airport. What are you doing? I'm a pilot. I'm also the president of the EAA, which is the Experimental Aircraft Association chapter. The EAA has sent me a statement to read here. The EAA is a 70-year-old worldwide organization based out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin. The Experimental Aircraft Association is an international group of more than 300,000 pilots, aircraft builders, and aviation enthusiasts and sponsors of the EAA Chapter 648 in Longmont. EAA is dismayed and alarmed by the threats of violence towards the general aviation community operating out of Vance Brand Airport. EAA's members and chapters seek to build positive relationships with the communities, and we emphasize the local airport's importance as a place not only of commerce but discovery and learning through the many STEM education programs offers through aviation that we promote through the EAA. We wish for a speedy resolution to this troubling situation, and the individual or individuals that are involved held fully responsible under the law. Our chapter introduces aviation to young people by offering free flights to young people 8 to 17 years old by hosting Young Eagles rallies. Those young people are our kids, your neighbor's kids. We also work with about 200 kids that are enrolled in the aviation STEM program over at the Innovation Center run by the St. Vrain Valley School District. We have hosted Young Eagle rallies here at Longmont, and we have more planned. We had to cancel last Saturday's Young Eagles because of the threat. We had 24 kids signed up. EAA estimates that those Young Eagle flights have introduced kids to aviation, and right now there's approximately 50,000 professional pilots that their introduction to aviation was through the Young Eagles program. Safety is our top priority, and we also strive to be good neighbors. But our safety has been compromised finding out that someone was shooting an aircraft. This doesn't only affect the pilots, but it affects the dreams of the young people wanting to get into aviation. Several things are very disturbing about this threat. First of all, the lack of concern about the severity of it, the lack of communication to the airport users, and the safety towards the citizens and the airport users doesn't seem to be a concern. The threat happened on a Friday afternoon. Authorities weren't notified until Friday evening. We didn't hear about it till Saturday morning. A NOTAM was put out on Sunday, and it read like there was someone shooting at a rifle range, practice shooting. Is the airport manager not allowed to dial 911?
Well done.
I'm short to finish up, but I guess I would like to finish just by saying we have a fly-in pancake breakfast on June 21st, and I invite every one of you to come out and experience our wonderful airport that we do have.
Thank you very much.
I can't change the setting on it.
Okay, Dawn, can you take a look at this timer?
Yeah, I don't. Somebody keeps changing the settings to make
I'm
the
not going
sound.
to talk to him now.
Okay.
Do I have more time?
I'm trying to change it to a bell rather than that. Yeah. I don't like the voiceover. I think it's too disruptive for people. It's distracting for people trying to. Okay.
We're fixing the timer.
We can just, the voice, yeah. I don't know.
The next one,
The voiceover.
the next person on the list is Shaquille Dalal.
I'm comfortable shouting over the timer if you'd like.
Okay, we're ready to go.
All right, Shaquille Dalal, 219 Francis Street. I'm here regarding item 9B as in boy. Today is a good day. Today, council is going to take the affirmative step to lower the cost of housing in Longmont. This council were leaders last year when Longmont was the first city to endorse the state bill requiring these changes, and I'm proud that Longmont is taking this opportunity to legalize many best practices in ADU construction. The administrative approval process for building ADUs will significantly streamline development, replacing lengthy and excessive review criteria with a straightforward application. Reducing setbacks and affirming the elimination of parking minimums from Longmont will ensure that residential lots contain more green space instead of legally mandated dead zones. However, I do respectfully request one modification to the ordinance. Please allow Longmont residents to build ADUs on properties they own but do not personally occupy. If you are concerned about corporate property ownership, require the true property owner to live in Longmont. Among the things that ADUs are good for, they are excellent for allowing seniors to age in place and in the neighborhood that they have lived in for decades. The ownership at permit filing requirement will prevent local landlords from adding these units, which would then be available to seniors who just need less home to take care of. For context, 23% of Longmonters over the age of 65 are renters, so this is a real population that could be served by this. ADUs also allow families to keep generations close while maintaining independence, creating accessible single-story living options, and provide affordable housing for caregivers. By requiring owner occupancy at permit filing, we're limiting these benefits only to those who currently own and occupy a single-family home. This slight adjustment to allow Longmont residents to build ADUs on properties they own anywhere in the city could expand housing choices for everyone. This small change would maintain local ownership while maximizing the ordinance's positive impact on our housing affordability goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaquille. Heather Crate.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Heather Crate, and I'm here tonight as a Longmont resident and representing Boulder County Public Health. I'm here to ask that you deny Ordinance O 2025-29 as written or amend it significantly before moving forward. We strongly urge the council to undertake a comprehensive revision of this ordinance, one that explicitly prohibits indoor marijuana smoking and fully addresses the significant health, safety, and community impacts associated with it. This ordinance does not yet meet the standard our community deserves. It permits indoor marijuana smoking in hospitality businesses without addressing the growing research on the harms of secondhand cannabis smoke. According to the 2024 U.S. Surgeon General's report, secondhand marijuana smoke contains many of the same toxic and cancer-causing chemicals found in tobacco smoke, including formaldehyde, ammonia, lead, and benzene. Some are present at even higher levels than in tobacco smoke. Indoor marijuana smoking creates particulate matter levels 3.5 times higher than cigarette smoke. This level of exposure increases risk of asthma, lung irritation, and cardiovascular problems. Ways of addressing these risks for customers and workers are missing from the current ordinance. The ordinance also does not include any plan for air quality monitoring, ventilation standards, or protective measures for workers. Hospitality employees could be at risk of being asked to work in smoke-filled environments with no guaranteed health protections. In addition to public health, public safety deserves more attention. Unlike alcohol service, there is no clear standard for identifying when someone has consumed too much cannabis. How will business owners know if someone is impaired? What systems are in place to prevent overconsumption, ensure safe transportation, or protect nearby pedestrians and drivers? This concern remains even if hospitality is limited to topicals and edibles and deserves significant consideration. While the ordinance aligns with what is permitted by the Colorado Clean Indoor Air Act, we should be asking what is right for Longmont. The exemption is a permissive floor, not a protective ceiling. Just because the state allows it doesn't mean we should adopt it. Many cities have chosen to go further to protect clean indoor air and public health. We can do the same. In summary, we urge you to either deny this version of the ordinance or amend it to prohibit indoor marijuana smoking and address the critical health and safety concerns outlined. We're confident we can create thoughtful cannabis hospitality regulations without putting our workers, our air quality, or our public safety at risk. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Heather. Lloyd Fisher.
Good evening. My name's Lloyd Fisher. My address is 2143 Sand Dollar Drive here in Longmont.
Lloyd, can you move that microphone up? You're a little taller than the last person. Thank you.
Sometimes I have a booming voice, but I just want to be another voice in support of the airport. When I see that airport, it means opportunities to me. It happened to be a different little airport in the world in Indiana that took me from being a kid with no confidence to an aerospace engineering career. We're going to have a lot of young people here in Longmont. When I look at all these apartments, please, please keep this opportunity open to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd. Huck Walk.
Huck Walk, 1272 Longs Peak Avenue. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight will be the first reading of the proposed ADU changes, and I appreciate your efforts to not only increase the housing supply in Longmont, but also protect the housing we already have. In that same spirit, I am here to propose modifications to both of the matters at hand. My ask is that you set aside your feelings and preconceived notions about institutional investors and short-term rentals and consider the facts and data that I have shared with you electronically last week and am providing for you in hard copy tonight. First, please consider allowing Longmont property owners to build ADUs without the owner occupancy requirement at time of permit pulling. With housing in short supply, we should encourage Longmont investors to increase the housing supply by building ADUs rather than buying up more existing houses. The spirit of council's current position seems to be to protect Longmont from big corporate or institutional investors. This is a non-existent threat, as the data in this handout will show, but this modification I'm proposing will surely prevent any possibility of outside investors from building ADUs. Second, I encourage you to allow short-term rentals in ADUs, which currently make up less than 1% of Longmont's housing supply. Then, if you are still concerned about the impact of STRs, make a motion to further restrict STRs in primary dwellings, which make up over 99% of Longmont's housing supply. Of course, this would be in addition to the existing limitation of 1 STR per block per side of the street and the limit of 1 STR per resident of Longmont, not to mention the natural limitation that is afforded by the low demand for STRs in Longmont. Some facts about STRs here in Longmont: there are only 134 short-term rentals out of over 35,000 housing units in Longmont. And these are run not by predatory investment firms, but by small business owners. Individuals like myself looking for a little extra income in retirement by supporting Longmont's humble tourism industry. Furthermore, 60% of those housing units being used as STRs are single-family homes, homes that are much better suited as long-term housing for families. ADUs are the ideal place for short-term rentals, not single-family homes. ADUs allow the owner to use the unit personally, but also earn a little extra income by renting it out to guests when the unit is vacant. And it also allows the host to more closely observe guests and deal with any issues immediately. So again, my ask is for you to look at and consider the data. Please do not let feelings and misconceptions about STRs and predatory investors misguide your decisions in these matters. To summarize, I'm requesting 2 changes to the proposed ADU regulations. First, that local investors be allowed to build ADUs on their rental properties, and second, that ADUs be allowed to be used as short-term rentals. Should I just leave
Yes,
these
that
copies here?
Thank you, Huck.
You're welcome.
Martin Orner.
Martin Orner, 1417 Auburn Court, here in Longmont. I'm back again before City Council about the 17th Avenue right-of-way. It's been about a year since the last time I was here. There's apparently nothing has happened. It's still a mess. It's a disgrace. We live in the Longmont Estates neighborhood, and we walk when we can to the Safeway store and to Walgreens. And I think that's in conjunction with the city's priorities of transportation, priority of encouraging walkability, of the meetings that I've been to when citizens have gone and participated in different activities at these meetings to put their 2 cents in. I have 8 photographs of this right-of-way. I'd like if I could pass them around. There's 8. Would that be okay?
Martin, would it be, it would be easier for us if you could put them in an email?
All right.
And then we can each see our own personal emails with those pictures.
So I've been in touch with, I believe I started after trying with staff. I met with the city manager at least a year ago. After the last meeting, when I was before you, I was taken aside by, I think it was David Bell, and told that my concerns would be addressed. There's nothing that's happened. It's a mess. There's irrigation lines in that right-of-way, but they're broken, and the landscaping fabric is just blasting out of the ground, and it's a shame. So we have a lot of money being invested in the Kaufman Street transportation improvements. What about what we have already? Why can't we take care of what we have already? Why are we spending our time spinning our wheels going to meetings about this encouraging walkability stuff when it's not happening in our existing neighborhoods? And I find it to be really disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to send us those pictures. Okay. Katie Weiser.
Hello, Mayor Peck, City Council. I'm Katie Weiser, 832 Atwood Street, and I'm here to add on to what Ronnie and John spoke about earlier about senior food insecurity in Longmont. As the local provider of ready-to-eat, nutritious meals in Longmont Meals on Wheels can shed some additional light on this issue and our typical participant. There's several pieces to the nutrition landscape that serve older adults, but we serve those who cannot safely cook a meal for themselves, whether due to physical limitations or cognitive decline. We also help older adults and people with disabilities with specialized diets. Sometimes people don't understand the diets that their care team placed them on, and we can help with that as well. Further, the more that we can do to help people stay in their homes for as long as possible, the more cost-effective it is to society and the more stabilizing it is to the individual. Nutrition is an important piece and an often overlooked piece of this overall theme. Many of you know that there can be a gap in services for older adults when it comes to general nutrition services model. And that gap is ready-to-eat nutritious meals. For example, for lots of people, SNAP benefits don't cover financially everything they need, but SNAP benefits also don't cover prepared foods. That's where nutrition delivery services like Meals on Wheels programs can step in. Longmont Meals on Wheels has been operating independently and locally in Longmont since 1969, and in 1987, we moved to the Longmont Senior Center. We prepare meals in-house there and deliver them to homebound older adults to serve them at community lunch sites, including the Senior Center. Last year, we prepared 6% more meals per day than in 2023. And so far this year, we've prepared 5% more meals per day than last year. Last year, we served 120,000 total meals, making Longmont Meals on Wheels at least twice larger than all other Meals on Wheels delivery programs for seniors in the county. We're also the fourth largest Meals on Wheels program in this state, after Denver, Colorado Springs, and Grand Junction, and all of those programs serve their entire counties. Longmont's older adults can rely on Longmont Meals on Wheels for nutrition meals no matter their income. Our meals range from free to $6 at the max, and we never pass on the full cost of the meal to anyone. Many neighboring programs charge more, but we find our participants simply cannot afford more. Last year, 1/3 of our participants fell below the national poverty line, and 91% were below the very low area median income. Also, please spread the word that we do not have a waiting list. This rumor keeps coming back to us. There are a lot of stressed out programs across all kinds of social services, and it is important to know that we can start seniors by the next day. Thank you so much for your time and attention in this matter. We cannot allow Longmont's Hidden Hungry to stay hidden. We must support them. After years of supporting our society, it's their turn.
Thank you, Katie. Barbara Holthouse. Holthouse.
Good evening. It's Holthouse.
Okay, Holthouse.
I'm Barbara Holthouse, and my address is 1000 Corey Street. And I'm a member of the Library Advisory Board. And last night, we were having our monthly meeting, and the director of the library, John Solomon, was walking us through the budget request that he was going to put in for the upcoming budget. And one of the things I'm always saying at the meeting is like, well, what can I do? You know, what can we do to help? And he said, well, there's a city council meeting tomorrow. Go talk to them. So I just want to remind you that we're here. I met some of you when I had my interview to be appointed to the Library Advisory Board, and I know Susie as our liaison. And I know how important library services are to all of you. And I know how important they are to so many people in Longmont, and it's becoming even more important now that we have sustainable funding to be able to provide services for literacy, access to technology, access to computers so people can apply for jobs, and just access to unfettered information from people that don't have any skin in the game, to give people information so they can make up decisions for themselves and become more involved in the community, and to help us all be being better citizens. So I understand about the funding process, and I know you all understand it a lot better than me. And I know that there is level one, and that you guys are always really good about funding for level one. But level two are the services that we would like to be able to provide to expand services and to make sure there is equal access throughout the community to our services. And the only and the way to make that happen is to not only fund us at level one, but to fund us at level two, which I know hasn't happened in at least the last 2 years. And my understanding is that level two is really what we need to begin to provide services that coincide with a city the size of Longmont and a city with the needs that Longmont has. So I know you're not sitting there right in front of the budget, but I know you're the boss of the people who John will be talking to. And so I just want to put a bug in your ear to remind them we'd like a little bigger piece of the pie. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. John Lemke.
Good evening. To begin with, our library is, my name is John Lemke. I live at 744 Stonebridge Drive. I think that's the third time that I've forgotten. To begin with, our library is amazing. Right before the meeting, I went and I got 2 comic books geared towards preschoolers about Marvel Avengers. So it's awesome. I'm really here to talk about my support for the ADU ordinance. I would be thrilled if it passed as is. If I could suggest some tweaks, there's a few that I would. First, I would discourage gas appliances. They are not safe. A young girl in my brother's elementary class died from carbon monoxide poisoning at a sleepover when she was in elementary school. When I was in college, my roommate tried to light our stove. It did not ignite correctly, produced a fireball, and badly burned him. So that would be one thing I would recommend. I would allow more property owners to build ADUs, just like Shaquille and Huck suggested, more than just if you own and live in the home. I'd allow ADUs to be taller than the main house. My grandparents sold their house to my parents and moved to an ADU up the street that was a garage on the first floor and living space above it. I think it would be great for other retirees to do so. I would also allow the ADUs to be rented out as short-term rentals. When I traveled to New Zealand, that's how many of the Airbnbs were. It was a small ADU and behind single-family homes. Last time I came, I said I would talk about ranked choice voting. I got hijacked by the ADUs because that was important. We have a really civically engaged community. I think all of the people here are a demonstration of that. I believe that more people would run for office if they didn't have to vote pragmatically. When people vote, they have to vote between the two frontrunners because of our current system. That really becomes the people with the most money. I realize we are running out of time this year to refer to the ballot to have a study session. We have 300 signatures so far. We are going to be at several events through the summer, educating voters, building support. We will continue to do so through next year until we bring ranked choice voting to Longmont. Thank you for all you do. My family loves living in Longmont. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Stephen Altschuler? Okay. Georgia, I'm going to try to say this, Babatsikos? It's a beautiful name, I just can't pronounce it.
It's Greek. My name's Georgia Babatsikos. I live at 1420 Renaissance Drive. Good evening, council members. I'm a Longmont resident. I'm here tonight to urge you to deny Ordinance 0-2025-29 as it's currently written, or amend it to explicitly prohibit indoor marijuana smoking. This issue is deeply personal to me. I have asthma, and several members of my family do as well. For asthmatic people, exposure to secondhand smoke, whether it's from tobacco or marijuana, can trigger serious health problems. If passed in its current form, this ordinance puts people like me at a higher risk. One of my biggest concerns is indoor air quality. Marijuana smoke produces PM 2.5, a fine particulate pollutant that can worsen asthma, irritate the lungs, and even contribute to heart problems. It is especially dangerous for children, older adults, and anyone with breathing issues. Research shows marijuana smoke can produce more particulate matter than tobacco smoke, but the ordinance includes no requirements for air monitoring, ventilation standards, or protections for employees who have to work in these environments. Another issue is air creep. Smoke doesn't stay put. In places like strip malls or buildings with shared ventilation, it can easily drift into neighboring businesses. That means employees and customers who never choose to be around smoke could be exposed without knowing it. I'll just add another point there is that people who are exposed to tobacco can actually trigger asthma that didn't exist before. I'm concerned about how this could change our public spaces. If indoor marijuana smoking is allowed, even as an accessory use in places like comedy clubs or wellness spas, it sends a message that indoor smoking is acceptable again. This is a big step backward for public health. Just because something is allowed under state law doesn't mean that it's right for Longmont. We can choose to set higher standards that protect our air, our health, our most vulnerable community members. I hope you'll consider the very real health impacts of this ordinance could have and take the time to get it right.
Thank you, Georgia. Jonathan Casimir?
Good evening. My name is Jonathan Casimir. I am a resident of Longmont at 1900 Creekside Drive. I've actually been a resident of Longmont since I was 3 years old, and at the age of 5, I became interested in being a pilot. And shortly thereafter, I myself became a Young Eagle with the EAA. I am 41 now, and I finally got my airplane, and I am now based out of the Longmont Airport. So my story here is to encourage the continued safety and access to general aviation and the Longmont Airport. The threat that has been mentioned a few times has certainly brought concern to me as well. I was looking forward to being a pilot to provide rides for the Young Eagles this last weekend, which got canceled. But on the Friday night in question, I was actually in the air providing pilots and paws services, which is essentially free flights for animals in need. So the Longmont Airport does provide a good connecting point as well as 24-hour fuel for the general aviation community, and I wish that to remain intact. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Rich Bessieri?
My name is Rick Basselier, 229 Airport Road. That's all right. To speak to what Chad Renicky did, yeah, I agree with him. The issue that I have is that it's the same, I guess, that Chad is that nothing was done. There was being a 41 years 9 months a firefighter, and I don't understand not getting things done. And so when I guess number one, what I'd like to do is say, well, thank you very much for the airport. It's a jewel. I would like to ask do we know, I guess can't ask questions here. I'm just wondering if this person has been taken into custody, hopefully. The information that I brought was about 18 U.S. Code 32 and subsection C. It prohibits, quote, the willful imparting or conveying of threats, okay, that do any act that would violate the provisions related to destroying or damaging aircraft. So it is a federal offense to be doing this, and I'm not sure that anything's been done yet because I don't think we have the transparency that we need. Also, the Colorado Revised Statutes 18-3-206 defines menacing, blah, blah, blah. And it says, in short, you had to have intended to scare someone. And that's Colorado state law. So, all right, a feel-good story. Many years ago, a young gentleman came to me, actually my brother-in-law's nephew, or my brother's nephew. He went for his first airplane ride in my airplane out of Longmont. And I didn't get a chance to follow up with him, but I let him fly the airplane and da-da-da-da. Well, years later, come to find out, he and his dad bought an airplane. And with he did the flyover at Trump's inauguration. He was in an F-16. So Longmont does a lot of good things for a lot of good people. And
Thank you. Scott Stewart.
Mayor Peck, members of council, Scott Stewart, 229 Grant Street. Little Cliff Note versions here about airport accountability. From an article about the airport when it was first opened, a learn-as-you-go policy would be a part of the wisdom for the governing body. In other words, there wasn't an end plan to this, to the thing. We're going to learn as we go, and I think we've learned a lot. City documents, non-major enterprise funds, facility and services that are entirely or predominantly self-supporting from user charges, not from grant funds. Fees and charges will be reviewed annually to determine whether all operating expenditures are recovered, not from grant funds. FAA document, responsibility of an authority of the sponsor. The sponsor is responsible for, it has sufficient funds available to assure operations and maintenance of items funded under this grant agreement, which it will own and control. We understand that these grants are 20-year grants. That means we have to reserve money to maintain the asset that the FAA paid us for. What we're doing is asking for different grants. If we can't get it from the FAA, we ask for it from CDOT. I think you're all probably familiar with the AOPA thing that came at you. I can agree with some of this. I think focus on a fair and reasonable revenue generation at the airport aligned with the FAA rates and charges, policies that will foster long-term self-sustainability of the airport. Completely agree with it. That's kind of why I say, weight-based landing fee, because I don't believe that the full financial burden of a self-sustaining airport should be placed entirely on the hangar owners. This is no different than, me paying a toll in order to go to the DIA where I take flights from, and what we're talking about for airplanes is far less than that toll to drop somebody off at the airport. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Scott. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close. First call, public invited to be heard. Do we need a break up here, or Steph? Pardon me?
At least go through the consent agenda.
Okay, the next on the list is the consent agenda. Dawn, would you mind reading the consent agenda into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor. The second reading and public hearing for all ordinances introduced on this consent agenda will be held on June 3rd, 2025. Item 9A is ordinance 2025-34, a bill for an ordinance conditionally approving the Union Reservoir Number 4 and Weld County Road 26 annexation, generally located east of Union Reservoir and west of Weld County Road 5, and zoning the property N-PF non-residential public facilities. 9B is ordinance 2025-35, a bill for an ordinance amending Title 15 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning administrative approval of accessory dwelling units. 9C is ordinance 2025-36, a bill for an ordinance repealing and reenacting sections 14.04.290, 14.04.300, 14.04.530, and 14.04.540 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning city entry and inspection, installation, construction, and maintenance of water facilities and meters, pits, vaults, and service lines. 9D is ordinance 2025-37, a bill for an ordinance amending Titles 6, 9, 10, and 15 of the Longmont Municipal Code implementing marijuana hospitality licensed establishments. 9E is resolution 2025-24, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the amendment to the intergovernmental agreement between the city and St. Vrain Valley School District for a joint school resource officer program. 9F is resolution 2025-25, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving contract amendment number 3 of the intergovernmental agreement between the city and the state of Colorado Department of Human Services Office of Behavioral Health for the co-responder program. 9G is resolution 2025-26, a resolution of the Longmont City Council approving the intergovernmental agreement between the city of Longmont and the Colorado Department of Human Services Office of Behavioral Health Administration for contract number 26 IBEH 197631 for Longmont Public Safety's LEAD program. 9H has approved the 2025-2026 water supply and water shortage implementation plan. And 9I has approved one capital improvement program amendment.
Thank you, Dawn. Are there any counselors that would like to pull items from the consent agenda? Seeing 2 people, I will call on Counselor.
Me.
Oh,
Councilman.
Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Ferry.
Yes, I would like to pull item B for an amendment.
Okay. Counselor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I would also like to pull item, make sure I get the, item D.
Item D, okay.
Thank you.
May I have a motion minus items B and D?
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of items B and D.
It's been moved by Councillor Popkin, seconded by Councillor McCoy to approve the consent agenda minus items B and D. Let's vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? That passes unanimously. You're welcome. Hold on a second. We're now at ordinances on second reading and public hearing on any matter. The first one is 0-2025-30. It's a bill for an ordinance making additional appropriations for expenses and liabilities of the City of Longmont for the fiscal year beginning January 1, 2025. Are there any questions from council on this bill? Councillor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I have a few questions, and probably largely because this is the first time I'm going through this kind of a major appropriation process. So first, just upon reading all of this, I just want to say thanks, Harold and staff, for all of the work that goes into that. It's clear that there's a ton of effort there. And a couple clarifying questions, and then maybe a few more broad questions for you or Teresa or whomever. There was a line in the CIP, in the capital improvement plan, additional expenses there, that spoke to ARPA, American Recovery, ARPA interest, quote unquote interest there. And I'm curious what that means and how does that factor into the city's budget strategy, specifically on the interest aspect of that.
So one of the things that we're able to do with the ARPA funds, and council's taken some actions on allocating ARPA interest. So as the money was transferred to the city has the ability to invest those funds just like we do other city funds where we earn interest on it. The guidance from the federal government has been that we have been allowed to use the interest generally for the same types of activities that were outlined in the ARPA program. There's a little more flexibility in how we use the interest dollars.
I'm sorry, Harold, hold one second. No problem, Chief, thanks.
There's slightly more flexibility in how we use it, but we still generally...
Chief Satter.
But we generally have to keep it in the same category, so it's simply the interest that we've earned on the ARPA allocation.
So it's previously allocated federal dollars that
Correct.
we've put aside and effectively earned interest on.
Correct.
To effectively supplement anything else we want to do within the realm of
ARPA realm, not as specific as required, but we still have to hit certain parameters. There's a fair amount of guidance that we've had from the federal government. They've recently actually updated it. So it's been a rolling target for us in terms of that federal guidance. When you allocate the ARPA dollars, so remember we got those, I believe in, what year was it, Teresa? 20. When did they come in? 2022. We have until 26 to expend those funds. So you allocate those funds over that period of time. And because you're not drawing down on them immediately, you're earning interest on those dollars.
Thank you. I had to give you a call on when I first saw this, because it's a very long document on all of the updates here, and it seems to, if my math is correct, seems to encompass approximately about 40% of the city's overall budget. Is that, am I correct in that
I'm
proportion?
going to ask Teresa to come up and help me with this one.
I mean, I'm rounding a little bit here,
Yeah.
but just from a sense of,
Right.
of order of magnitude, this is 40% of the city's annual budget. Is that correct, approximately?
Are you talking about ARPA itself?
No, oh, sorry, I'm off of ARPA.
Okay.
Sorry,
Okay.
sorry, the entire additional appropriations.
So I'm actually going to let Sandra take this one.
Sure.
Yeah. And then I'll jump.
Thank you, council and members of council, I guess. So the carryover is our largest appropriation, And that's mainly because we're carrying over any unspent dollars from last year or any prior year. So this does include items like CIP projects, which have bond dollars that haven't been spent fully. So yeah, it's pretty accurate. I don't know the exact percentage, but it is pretty
Substantial.
large. Yes.
It's quite large. Okay. And that's just, like, there's nothing unusual here. That's just a normal part of our process.
Correct.
That we do this carryover.
Yep, so these are previously appropriated dollars from '24 as well as previous years. So you have all already voted on these and approved them. We're just carrying them over until we spend the funds.
And that carryover includes this extensive extensive effort just to carry it over year to year?
Yes.
Interesting. Is this standard? Like, is this standard practice for Longmont and for other Colorado municipalities?
I can certainly answer that. Councilmember Popkin, Teresa Malloy, Chief Financial Officer. So for the city of Longmont, this is definitely standard practice. We've been doing this, since I've been with the city for 24 years. Our carryover has definitely grown over those years because we have more federal funding, we have more very large capital improvement program projects.
Yeah, I'm speaking more to the process, less than the amount, putting amount aside here, so that process of carrying over and going through this entire exercise, it could be more or less in a certain year for sure, but that process is standard?
That has been our process. So let me just give you a little bit of background on why the city has to do that. So we have purchasing guidelines, purchasing code that basically says before a contract can be awarded, the full amount has to be appropriated. So if we're awarding a construction contract for millions of dollars and we know that construction itself is going to span multiple fiscal years, we have to have the full amount appropriated up front so they can award the contract. Therefore, we have to carry it over from year to year.
To basically build up sufficiency there.
Exactly.
So there's a charter provision in this that also, I think, adjusts it in that there's only one fund that we have that we don't have to carry over from year to year, and that's the Public Improvement Fund.
That is correct. The Public Improvement Fund, by our charter, is a non-lapsing fund. All other funds, appropriations lapse at the end of the year, and therefore you, council, have to reappropriate those funds.
So I'm looking at like 45 different funds or something like that right now for this amendment, and that all of these by our charter have to be carried over if we are carrying funds.
That is correct. They all lapse.
And that is a bit different. So when I started working here, that was something actually that I had to get accustomed to, because other cities that I worked in, you didn't necessarily have to roll your budget every year, so we didn't have the restriction on what funds. Our capital funds, we could treat them similar to the way we treat the Public Improvement Fund here, where you just start putting your money into it, but you don't have to roll it every year. So that is a bit of a difference. And I think for folks in the governmental arena, that's something that we talk to council about, because this number's small compared to what we were rolling over during flood recovery. Yeah. And so that's probably the biggest change, where you, by charter, everything has to roll over, versus some jurisdictions don't necessarily have that requirement. You can just fund your capital projects, and you keep that capital project going until you accrue enough funds to then meet the purchasing guidelines to pay for it. So that's a bit of a nuance here.
Yeah, that's helpful to understand, because I'm less concerned here about the fact that we're like a certain amount is being rolled over, because if it's our process, it's our process. And so I'm actually more curious about our process rather than the exact amount of funds, because it feels, I mean, I read the documents there, I'm looking through this, I looked at what I believe the attorneys probably had to review in the ordinance, and it's extensive pages there of like written out words there to make sure that that's syncing with the other. I mean, why didn't we just say like, see the attached table? I'm not an ordinance lawyer, but like, why didn't we just say that?
I'll defer to our city attorney's office for that one.
Mayor and Council, Eugene May, City Attorney. I believe that was the way things were done before I got here. And so we can look at other ways to do it. That's the way, and it's worked, and we believe it's charter compliant.
I believe you that it's charter compliant, and I appreciate you making sure that it is. Harold and Teresa, if you were designing our budgeting approach kind of for Longmont today, would you do it this way?
I think from the complexity of the carryover process, I probably wouldn't do what other municipalities do in terms of your capital expenses, where you keep it in the account and the account's not required to be rolled over every year through the process. It does create, I think, a bit of a challenge for budget, for accounting, as we're moving through that. Like I said, I've seen different systems. It inherently doesn't change the fiduciary responsibility we have. It's just you fund a capital. I mean, you do it like you do our public improvement fund. You put the money in, the money carries until you have enough money to do it. It's easy to track. You don't get lost in.
So you'd still be balancing the budget, still be
balancing the
transparent,
budget,
you'd still be
you just
doing all the reporting you need to do. It would just be
you just don't have that mid-year mechanism. But I mean, charter's a charter, and that's what we have to follow.
Okay.
And Councilmember Popkin, if I could go back to ARPA for you,
Sure.
I have the answer on when. So we actually received just under 6.5 million of the total in June of 21, and then in July of 22, we received another almost $5 million. So we received the ARPA funds over a 2-year period.
Got it. Thank you, Teresa. I appreciate it. Cool. So this is helpful to know that this is a function of our charter, and that I guess that's if that is not serving us well, it might behoove us to take a look at that at some point, or if it could serve us better. Because I look at all of these lines and the effort that clearly goes into every single number here, and that just seems like an extensive amount of hours and time that
I am going to.
I have a feeling you could be
butt in
doing
here.
some putting that time into some other purposes as well. So with that, no further questions. Thank you.
So that direction would have to come from all of council in a motion. So, just saying. Are there any other questions? If not, I'm going to open up the public hearing on ordinance 2025-30. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I will close public hearing and call for a motion.
Ordinance 2025-30.
Second. It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Christ, to move 2025-30. Let's vote. Are we on a voice vote still?
Oh, mine popped up.
Mine did not. I'm a yay.
Oh, it popped up when he refreshed it.
I'm refreshing right now. I'm a yay.
And that passes unanimously. The next one on our list is B 2025-31. This is a bill for an ordinance authorizing the consent to Vance Brand Municipal Airport lease assignment for hangar parcel H-44A to Doug Lyle. Are there any questions from council on this bill? Seeing no one, I will open up the public hearing on Bill 2025-31. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address this? Seeing no one, I'm going to close the public hearing on 2025-31 and ask for a motion.
I move ordinance 2025-31.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McCoy, seconded by Councilor Christ. Let's vote. I'm a yay. And that carries unanimously. The next one is 2025-32. It's a bill for an ordinance authorizing the consent to Vance Brand Municipal Airport lease assignment for hangar parcel SH-6-TT. Silver Wings at Longmont HOA LLC. Are there any comments from counselors or questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2025-32. Is there anybody in the public that would like to address this bill? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and ask for a motion.
I move ordinance 2025-32.
It's been moved by Counselor Chris, seconded by Counselor McCoy. Let's vote. I'm a yay.
That is so weird.
I know. No. Refresh. And there, that carries unanimously. D is 2025-33. It's a bill for an ordinance amending Title 10 of the Longmont Municipal Code concerning residency restrictions for registered sex offenders. Is there any questions or comments from council?
Can we take a 5-minute break? Oh, can we take a 5-minute?
They did wait a while.
We did wait a while. You can go back. All right. Just kidding.
Do you?
Do you need to take a, yeah.
I do.
It's gonna be a long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a few minute break here. Sorry to keep you waiting. But I will say that I know that there's not really a lot of people on this list. There's only 17. Yeah, exactly. So that's 35 total with the first public invited to be heard. But if somebody has already mentioned what you were going to talk about, it would be helpful if you would just say, I agree with the first speaker or the last speaker. Thank you. Break time.
do it. Anyway, I might need to sit down.
It is. Okay, we are back. Waiting for just one counselor. Come on. Jeremy, are you going to give a little talk before we do this? Okay, thank you very much. So we have Jeremy, our city attorney, an attorney with the city, and he is going to do a presentation for us before we vote on this.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Terrell, Assistant City Attorney. I just want to give a quick presentation to discuss some of the changes that were made between first reading and the draft you see tonight.
Okay.
So in terms of what changed, this is the categories of registered sex offenders has not changed, nor has the number of persons allowed to reside together. At the last, on first reading, Council did give us direction to reduce that 1,000-foot setback for schools and daycares to 500 feet. So that's reflected in the updated amended ordinance in front of you tonight. And Council also changed some of what I call the preamble, the findings, intent language. So on the left, you'll see what we had originally in first reading, and on the right, you'll see what we have now in second reading. I did want to show you what the setback map looks like now with the updated from 1,000 feet to 500 feet. So this was the first reading map. And here's the new map. So this is a 500-foot setback across the board for private city parks, schools, and daycares. And then one additional change that I believe Dawn already mentioned is that Councilmember Popkin noticed a typo. Thank you for catching that. So there was a small Scrivener's error that we corrected in the version that you should have printed in front of you. In terms of discussion and decision, Council has the authority to adopt the proposed ordinance with modifications, deny the proposed ordinance, or provide further direction and continue the ordinance to a later date.
Okay.
I'll let you hear from the public, and I'll be available after that for questions as well.
Thank you, Jeremy. So we are now opening this to, first of all, are there any comments from City Council or questions? Seeing none, I will open it up to the public hearing and I want to call on 4 people at once, if you don't mind. The first gentleman is going to be Chuck. He's right here. He will be speaking from next to the city attorney. And the next 3 are Christy McFarland, Julia Munster, and Bobette Berger. If you would just come down and sit in the front, that would be great to move us along faster. So, Chuck.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. My name's Chuck Douglas. I'm a resident in Prairie Village. I want to preface this whole thing by letting you know my history a little bit. I served 3 tours of combat duty during the Vietnam War. I've seen what evil looks like up close, and I've known and loved men who gave lives for this country. Some of the men I fought against had more honor than the predators we're talking about tonight. There's currently a home at 2200 Winding Drive that houses 8 convicted child sex offenders. These men don't just break laws, they shattered lives. Every one of them preyed on innocent children. Their victims carry scars for a lifetime. That's a life sentence without parole. I'll be damned if I stand by while their abusers are planted in the heart of a peaceful family neighborhood seeking a come-by-ya love. They're not going to get it. 2200 Winding Drive sits in Prairie Village, a quiet community of about 165 homes, families, retirees, children, riding bikes, people who live by the rules of society and just want to feel safe. That safety was stolen the day these predators moved in. The home was purchased by a man named Tyler Hendricks, who doesn't even live in Longmont. He had a preconceived intention to dump these offenders into our community. He did so with the help of a man named Ruhala Mobares, a convicted child molester himself, 4 counts, 8 years served. He is now supervising the same kind of predators that he is. Mr. Mobares, when confronted by law enforcement, once engaged in an armed standoff rather than face the consequences of his actions. This is not a man fit to supervise anything, let alone a group of dangerous sex offenders living next to children. Next page. The truth is our community was targeted, blindsided because the city has no ordinance in place to protect neighbors like ours. That needs to change now. I urge this council to take immediate action and approve residency restrictions on convicted child predators. They should not be allowed near schools or parks or family neighborhoods like Prairie Village. Other cities have passed ordinance like this, so can Longmont, and it must tonight. We are not talking about men who deserve compassion or reintegration. We're talking about serial predators who have violated society's most sacred boundary, the protection of our children. As someone who fought to defend this country, I won't stay quiet, pardon me, while others try to dismantle the safety and peace of my own neighborhood, restrict them, move them out, and protect our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Douglas. Christy McFarland.
I second what he said.
Thank you, Christy. Julia Munster.
Okay. Hi. So okay.
Okay.
My name is Julia Munsterer. So I spoke last time. I'm an SOMB treatment provider and therapist working with the registered sex offenders in our community. So my goal is to foster community safety. That is my primary goal. I understand the challenges of having someone in your space who has a sex offense to be intimidating and threatening. No one wants someone to have who has been convicted of a felony or any other crime to be close to where their children live. If someone had asked me years ago what kind of work I would be doing today, this would not have been on the list. However, in working in this community, I have found that the reality is stark. Most apartment complexes, condominiums, and suburbs with an HOA do not accept those who have a criminal record to live there, period. This literally makes homelessness the only other option. Unless someone is lucky enough to find a renter who understands their situation and is willing to work with them, and those are few and far in between, they will not be able to live anywhere. And that's the truth. This is where Mobara Solutions comes in. So they offer a housing solution that fosters growth and holds men accountable for all that they do. Living in this space, the guys have no choice but to be monitored, severely monitored, and to be seen by everyone else living there 24/7, which is something that they wouldn't get if they were living on their own. They have very strict rules and regulations that prevents them from doing harm. In tandem with the restrictions enforced by probation and parole, they must be transparent about their actions with me and their community safety team and are tested to give us an idea of whether or not they are telling the truth. All of my clients want to move away from the shame of their offense. While I do not allow them to forget about the harm they caused their victims, you can rest assured that these individuals are held highly accountable for their past actions and wish to do no harm again. I work tirelessly to ensure the safety of the community as well as my clients. Sex offenders have the lowest rate of recidivism among the criminal populations. Why is this? Because they're forced to participate in treatment after incarceration. Probation clients have to pay and often lose all of their savings entirely if they had any to afford treatment and polygraph costs. My point is to offer perspective on how we are treating those who are actively taking the steps to end their criminal behaviors and greatly benefit from being in a sober living community that offers them both guidance and safety to overcome the trauma that more often than not enabled their offending ways. So, yeah, thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you, Julia. Bobette Berger.
Hello, I'm Bobette Berger at 2196 Winding Drive. And I just wanted to start out by saying thank you to Diane Christ, who was my first call when I sounded this alarm. It was February 11th. You responded that day. Thank you. And I'd like to thank the Longmont staff that has been working with us, the people that have been concerned about this issue. We've had support and great conversations. I'm thankful and I'm feeling hopeful that you will pass this tonight. I'm grateful too for the support of Longmont residents that have been supporting this issue. It's not just Prairie Village, it's all of Longmont. Longmont's a great place and we want it to stay a great place. I have a couple of questions. Who will be managing the sexual offenders who at present are, in the home of Mobaraz Solutions? Who monitors that? Because if this ordinance passes, no new members can come into that house. Who manages that? Who will be keeping any, who will be watching to see if any new sex offenders try and register with that address? Any other offenders that are trying to move in? And who keeps track of when the sex offenders who are in that house now have completed their time? I'm not sure, their probationary time. Who keeps track of that, and where are the checks and balances on that? I'd like the council and the mayor to think about that as well. But thank you.
Thank you, Babette.
And I agree wholeheartedly with Chuck. And I forgot your name. Christy. Ditto.
Stephen Foss.
Steve Foss, 2900 Cormont Place. I want to talk about the sex offender housing issue. First off, appreciation for this forum and an opportunity to speak. As a person that's worked in technology for over 40 years, I can understand and appreciate trying to address this as analytically as possible. In a lot of respects, that's how I made my living. Let me give you some background. I've developed and led teams developing some of the most leading-edge integrated chip hardware, from the initial Xbox gaming device to a pair of augmented reality glasses, which were a first of its kind, to leading a team of microprocessor chip developers. Microprocessor chip is the main brain, if you will, and this was for the world's fastest supercomputer at that time called Blue Gene Q. So I get it. Doing these kind of projects means you do need to know a large part and be very data driven. Since sending a chip to a fab facility can easily cost well over $1 million, we do a lot of data analysis. We do a lot of Monte Carlo simulations, for example. So I've spent a considerable amount of time, like I know some of you have, looking in the data and looking in two areas in particular: recidivism rate and the current state of therapeutic interventions. Now, my time here has only allowed me to give you a net, unfortunately. As it relates to recidivism rate, of what is reported, sexual recidivism rate ranges from 5% after 3 years to 24% after 15 years. That's what the data has shown. But you also need to know that research has demonstrated that many sex offenses are never reported to authorities. Two studies, one by Bachman, another one by Jaden and Thonis, found in the first study only about 1 in 4 rapes were reported to the police, and then the other, only 1 in 5 sexual assaults were reported to police. So you need to take my earlier numbers, the 5 to 24%, multiply them out by a factor of 4 or 5 to account for that. I also looked at therapeutic interventions. While there's strong evidence that therapeutic interventions work for criminal offenders overall, the effectiveness for treatment of sex offenders remains subject to debate, in large part because there just isn't a lot of randomized controlled studies. Now, one of the few studies that did use randomized control trial design to evaluate the effectiveness of that treatment for adult sex offenders was done by Marquis and colleagues. In it, it had one group of sex offenders that went through an intensive treatment program along with 2 control groups that did not. After 8 years, they found no difference in the sexual recidivism rate. That's fairly indicative of the data that I found. So that's where we're at. Now, don't interpret that I'm against therapeutic intervention. That's incorrect. I'm all for the treatment. I want these men to succeed more than you or them probably know. But I also am willing and want to work to improve that treatment, because as the data has shown, you can't just experiment with these methods for addressing sexual deviant behavior in an area that's highly populated by children. You need to use some common sense along with that
Thank
data.
you, Stephen.
Put some control and balance in place, please.
Thanks. Charlotte Iverson.
Charlotte Iverson, 182 Olympia Avenue.
I have lived in Longmont for 53 years. My grandchildren were born here and are fifth generation Longmonters. Prior to February, I had never been to a city council meeting. However, my grandchildren's great-great-grandfather, George Richard, was the mayor of Longmont during the 1940s. The history of Longmont is rich in Iverson and Richard bloodlines. Each generation stayed because Longmont was a wonderful, prosperous, safe city to start businesses, work, and raise a family. Whether future generations of mine continue to stay is up to question. Things for me changed when 5 felony sex offenders were placed in 2200 Winding Drive. We have come before the council when there were 5 sex offenders. We have come before you 3 hard, long months. During that time, the number of residents increased to 8. The men, women, and children who have come before you are moms, dads, grandfathers, everyday people just working, trying to pay our mortgages, put food on the table, raise a family, and be safe. We are thankful for the fact that the council is going to pass an ordinance. That ordinance will impact all neighborhoods in Longmont, and that is wonderful. However, the issue of commercial businesses being allowed to reside in residential areas is not being addressed. You have codes that specify where businesses are supposed to have their businesses located. This is not true in our neighborhood. This is a commercial business that has not been addressed. They need to be removed immediately. They are violating the law. I want to thank everyone who has come here week after week, month after month, has emailed, called, and made their presence known. Thanks to all of the employees and the council for making this happen. I had many a person tell me that this council would never pass such an ordinance, and I thank you for doing that. On many occasions, I drew my strength from a Bible verse that my friend Bob Batt shared with me, Joshua 1:9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, for the Lord our God is with you. Thank you to everyone who has come before this council, who has been strong, courageous, and persistent.
Thank
We
you,
have
Charlotte.
made a difference.
Gary
Thank you.
Hodges.
Good evening, Council Mayor. Gary Hodges, 2148 Stewart Street. I don't think many of you are going to like my conclusions, and honestly, I don't really care for them myself, but I think ultimately most of you will begrudgingly agree that it makes sense. So by proposing buffers or setbacks around preferred locations, this body is affirmatively professing that person A is more important than person B, that the children living in one area are less deserving of protection than those in other areas. So to be clear, I believe it is completely immoral to protect one group more than another on nothing more than arbitrary beliefs and arguments, as Councilman Popkin has stated. So what policy tools that are available should only be used to limit the number living in a single residence. Further, to equalize risk across the city, the number allowed in a single residence should be scaled to the square footage of the dwelling. And this, in my opinion, is the only morally correct path that can be taken, especially considering that buffers do not prevent anyone from spending time in a park or walking past a school, has been stated many times here. And let's also acknowledge that schools and daycares are well-supervised entities, and parents are almost always present at parks. So, not so much tonight, but in previous meetings, reading between the lines, people don't like line of sight. And it's clear that's what most people find disagreeable, that a person can sit in a house and observe a park from where they live. But is that really enough reason for a buffer policy? So I'm thinking about a conversation that might occur between a realtor and client. So I see you have 2 children on the way. Well, this house we're looking at is in a sexual predator permissive zone, and the other house we toured is in a sexual predator prohibited zone. So yes, it is $50,000 more, but isn't that worth the safety of your family? So really, look, this is all of our realities, and we all must be protected equally and fairly by the city. So one of these places could pop up next to any of us. So this is a common risk to every renter and property owner in the city, and we're all deserving of common protection. So if you disagree with me, please clearly articulate to all of us tonight and to the public in general why one household is more deserving of being protected than another. So one household in one of these buffers versus one that's not. No matter how we try to spin it, this is exactly what is happening. So my neighbor, mother, 2 children, well, one about to be here, she said that buffer map should be the inverse. So you should have in colored red all the areas that are going to be the permitted zones. So we can see that quite clearly what it's going to mean. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Connie Hemming.
Good evening. Connie Hamming, 2129 Winding Drive. I'd like to start with a couple legal terms and their abbreviated definitions. Misrepresentation, a false statement or material omission that renders a statement misleading. Persuasive approach, a modern take on statutory interpretation, emphasizing the purpose of a law and aiming to ensure that the law achieves its intended goal. Mobaras Solutions obtained a certification allowing it to operate in a residential neighborhood because of a misrepresentation of being a preliminary, a sober living residence. 2 weeks ago at this council, Mr. Mobaras, his director of operations, and his house lead emphasized the issue of sober living and substance abuse. It was mentioned at least 6 times between them. 5 other people came to speak on behalf of his business. How many of them mentioned substance abuse or sober living? None of them. Mobaras Solutions website states that it is the only certified recovery residence for people of sex offense convictions. CAR certainly certifies a large list of sober living residences, but in its website, you won't find anything about certifications providing special residential neighborhood access to registered sex offenders. That is not their intended purpose. Mr. Mobaras also told you his intentions a couple weeks ago. He said if you pass this ordinance, that it will create pockets and that he will move into those pockets. I guess the flip side of that is also true. If you don't pass the ordinance, he will move in wherever he wants. He claims that he has this power because of the certification obtained by misrepresentation of his true purpose and the twisting of the purpose of CAR, as well as the purpose of some Colorado and maybe federal laws. But you have the power to pass this ordinance and the power to enforce Longmont's residential regulations. These regulations were in effect well before Mobaras Solutions moved their business into the residential neighborhood. They should be notified that they need to move their business to a location with more compatible zoning, and that should be defensible in a court of law.
Thank you, Connie.
Thank you.
Kieran Bissell.
Kieran Bissell, 744 Bluegrass Drive. I am a 10-year resident of Longmont, speaking as a resident, not from other personal or professional identities, although I do work in the justice system. City Council has best passed this ordinance, and there are no additional public safety concerns that have arisen from the Marbara Solution residents. I believe the council hopes to create safety. I understand they want to reassure residents. However, I strongly urge the council members to consider that actual safety does exist alongside the perception of discomfort and fear. What will happen if the council passes this ordinance? Individuals will be unhoused in this community. This is where they are sentenced. This is where they are being supervised. This is where their connections are. They will be unhoused in this community, and they will be staying in our homeless shelters. And would you rather know where someone with a sex offense lives, or would you rather that they be staying at your homeless shelter and leaving there every day? Additionally, when they're staying at those homeless shelters, they're less likely to be successful on probation. They're less likely to complete treatment successfully. They're less likely to have ongoing employment. All of these factors are safety factors for individuals in the community, and all of these factors let people build their lives. Putting resident number caps on these houses is going to result in individuals with sexual offenses staying in Longmont homeless shelters. Safety measures are already in place, including risk assessments and supervision from probation and parole in the community to ensure that individuals are being monitored. Treatment providers, probation officers, parole officers meet with these folks weekly for 10, 15, and 20 years. Council's blanket idea that banning people from parks is going to keep people safe is a fantasy. Officers and treatment providers develop targeted safety plans based on actual risk locations for individuals with sexual offenses. These plans relate to their actual risk factors, taking into account their offenses. I urge the council to put aside their own discomfort and prioritize actual safety in the community. Allow these houses to continue operations, allow officers and treatment providers to continue to monitor clients via safety plans and making plans for high-risk locations. If the council wants to pass something, they could instead require that these residences complete quarterly or biannual reports, including the individuals staying there, their compliance with treatment, their compliance with probation and parole, and any law enforcement related activities related to these homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Monica Fitzpatrick.
Hello, I'm Monica. I live at 310 Fifth Avenue. I'm your neighbor. I also work in our community helping people navigate complex systems. People who intersect with the justice system, have substance use disorders, mental health, experience homelessness, poverty, trauma, violence, and some of my clients are people convicted of sex offenses. I think prior to my professional experience, I too would have assumed that this ordinance would be helpful. Yet after getting to peek into these systems, I think it will cause some harm and increase our risk. We all want to reduce risk. Let's first recognize the work that's already doing that. Our courts determine where people convicted of an SO can be placed, jail, prison, community supervision, and in what timeline that could happen, sometimes over decades. We have the SOMB, law enforcement, probation, parole, licensed treatment providers, and even collaborative landlords. And all of these people are also our neighbors with the same goal. I know people have fear and are uncomfortable. The real uncomfortable truth is the person most likely to commit a new sex offense is a person who's not on the registry. This ordinance focuses on a population that is already highly supervised. Putting more restrictions on people who are already so restricted is not what we need. Criminalizing housing is not going to provide safety. We know that client stability factors are proven to reduce recidivism, especially access to housing. This ordinance is criminalizing that basic need. You are proposing up to 90 days jail for a landlord that offers someone housing, and that might be worth a lawsuit. This ordinance assumes that they can just move. They'll move into those other pockets where it's safe. We do not know that those other pockets are safer. We do know that children exist in those pockets. And when we talk about people having the choice to move, that's an assumption of privilege. In reality, many people get denied housing all the time. Income, background, rental history, I don't know if you've heard, but it's hard to get housing. In reality, yeah. And for this reason, Longmont has many supportive housing programs operating in residential areas. sober living homes, homes for the elderly, disabled, low-income programs. Most of these programs exclude SO cases, which is arguably why we need supportive housing programs for this unique population. And professionals have suggested that SOs housing together lead to better outcomes. Council, you are asking for solutions to reduce risk. And yet when presented with one, you effectively ban it from our entire city, specifically with the occupancy limit in this ordinance. And what happens when it's our neighbor? After spending years incarcerated and starting treatment, wants to come home. The supervision team agrees mom's house is stable and supportive, but mom's house is in this ordinance zone. And so their son is not allowed to come home. And when their son can't move back home, I'd hope that there'd be a place like Mobrez Solutions who could welcome them. But if we have this occupancy limit, then that doesn't exist either. This well-intentioned ordinance is trying to keep people from sleeping near the park, but instead it will increase the risk of sleeping at the park, and it will make us all a little less safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Nathan Drashner.
Just a couple quick points of clarification. There was a comment made earlier that these
No, you're good.
that the offenders were local. I know for a fact multiple convictions were from outside of this area and outside of this. I'm not sure. I don't know the criminal justice system well enough to know how they ended up here, but I know at least one's from Park County. Looking at the sex offender registry, we were able to figure that out. But so I don't think they are actually from here. I don't know how they ended up here. They might be residents now, and obviously they're residents now that they live here. The one thing that I wanted to follow up on is last time there was a lot of talk about feelings and how, it seemed to be implied that those who were against the home had a lot of strong feelings. But what I've heard here today, and what I actually heard a couple weeks ago, is there's a lot of feelings on both sides. And I'd just like to reiterate, I don't think there shouldn't be a place for people to live. I don't think many of us who are against this particular situation and are feeling like this needs to be put into place, this ordinance needs to be put in place, think that there shouldn't be a housing situation for them. But it needs to follow proper procedures. It should be a group home. There's absolutely no reason they can't follow that process. The only reason you wouldn't want to follow that process is because it might cut into your bottom line a little bit. And I think that's kind of what this is all about. Like I said last time, is, the profit margins. So I really encourage you guys to pass this ordinance. I appreciate all the work that you've done on it. And, it's been fun getting to know you over the last few months, but I hope I'm not having to come here for a while. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nathan. Anna Graves.
Mayor and members of council, my name is Anna Graves and I live in Prairie Village South. I'll let Susie start the timer. Or I'll just take an extra 5 minutes. Thank you. Many people have told you not to make your decisions based on fear and emotions, and I couldn't agree more. I'm here tonight to remind you of facts. A facility of registered sex offenders was established with no certification in February in a single-family residential zone with zero communication, zero transparency, and zero dialogue with our HOA or community. This lack of communication continued as the facility grew in size after concerns were raised to all parties until a last-minute open house 2 weeks ago scheduled during working hours. A choice was made to place this facility less than 300 feet from a playground. Per the MLS, there are less expensive Longmont houses for sale and rent, not in an HOA, more than 300 feet from a playground. Despite hearing 2 weeks ago that the ideal number of registered sex offenders for rehabilitory congregate living is 5, an intentional choice was made to fill this house with 8, 5 of whom committed crimes in the past year. 2 months into complaints and consternation, we are only now seeing individuals coming out in support of this facility, and until tonight, we've seen none that are voting constituents of Longmont, and all have either current or former employment or contractual relationships or have a direct financial benefit. Residential recovery facilities are defined as serving the primary purpose of substance abuse recovery. No resident of this facility has a substance abuse related charge, nor have they been mandated to live in this type of facility, nor was a substance abuse recovery mentioned anywhere on the Mobara Solutions website as its purpose for operating until these concerns came to light. Upon review of national and state residential recovery facility websites, you will find details about oversight guidelines, treatment protocols, medical models used to support diagnoses, and clinical research studies. None of this is present on the Mobara Solutions website. We have heard a lot from supporters of Mobara Solutions about the needs of sex offenders. We have not heard anything from those same supporters about the needs of recovering addicts or about the needs of children. Therapists are ultimately responsible for documenting their patients' outcomes. They are also mandated reporters. Their opinions are built in controlled environments and not in reality. It's clear that thoughtful reintegration and rehabilitation of registered sex offenders is vital. As a mother, I believe that these men, some of whom have stood here before you, owning their mistakes with integrity and remorse, do deserve rehabilitation, and they deserve a second chance. Our problem is that the existing oversight governing this program is tremendously broken, and hiding behind a residential recovery facility certification as a result of ADA loopholes in order to live in a single-family residential zone is simply unacceptable. Thank you for your time and attention over these past several months, and thank you for voting for this ordinance tonight. It is a step in the right direction.
Thank you, Anna. John Krecker.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Thank you, City Council. John Krecker, 403 Olympia. The City of Longmont is ready to pass an ordinance that allows 3 unrelated sex offenders to reside under one roof. This does nothing to address the situation in Prairie Village where 8 sex offenders are continuing to live under one roof at 2200 Winding Drive. Allowing 8 sex offenders to continue to reside in Prairie Village is blatant discrimination against the homeowners of Prairie Village. 2200 Winding Drive in Prairie Village must follow the same ordinance as every other neighborhood in Longmont, which means only 3 sex offenders can live at 2200 Winding Drive, and 5 sex offenders in this house must find alternative housing. Furthermore, the group home at Winding Drive was set up as a for-profit medical treatment facility without approval from the city. Prairie Village is not zoned for a medical treatment center of any kind. The entire facility must be shut down now. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Steve Altshuler.
Steve Altshuler, 1555 Taylor Drive. You ready?
Good to go.
Okay. I really hope you guys are paying attention tonight to the residents of Longmont. There have been many times in the past that people have come here and spoken powerfully and been ignored, and I hope this does not end up being one of them. So one of the things I'd like to say is, who elected you? And who are you responsible to? And the answer is the citizens of Longmont. That is why you're here. That's why you have a job. You're supposed to be protecting the citizens of Longmont. One lady made a great point here that some of these people speaking out in favor of this house are not even from Longmont. They're from other communities. Maybe they have an ulterior goal of wanting everyone to stay in Longmont so their community is safer. Something to think about. So a couple of weeks ago when I spoke, I pointed out that a lot of different cities, be it Thornton or Westminster and a few others down there, have different guidelines. No guidelines in footage, 500 feet, 1,000 feet. 2 weeks ago, Councilman Popkin pointed out that there's no difference in recidivism between 500 feet and 1,000 feet. Fine. If that's the case, make it 1,000 feet. You're protecting the citizens of Longmont. That's what you should be doing. By making it 500 feet, you're protecting the sexual offenders to give them more places to live. So I think that's something you need to reconsider, is protecting the citizens of Longmont. And as I believe this gentleman over here mentioned earlier, the victims will be suffering for a lifetime. So some of these people, from what I've heard in the past, being here, were only in jail for like 6 months or just recently released. And they want to have their life slate wiped clean and they can start all over again. Whether they had 1 victim or 10 victims or 20 victims, those victims are going to be suffering with that for the rest of their life. So instead of feeling empathy for the people that created the crime, feel empathy for the people that are the victims of the crime, and more than that, operate in a way that will protect other people from becoming victims from the same criminals. And of course, as one other person mentioned, the zoning. You're having a business in a residential neighborhood, they didn't get a license. That needs to mean something, or else none of your laws mean anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Amy DeLulo.
Hi, Amy DeLulo. I live on Brown Court. I'll be brief. Thank you for taking action on this issue. It's a complicated issue, but action needs to be taken. I agree with Chuck, Christy, Babette, Stephen, Charlotte, Connie, Nathan, Anna, John, and Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. The next two are Michael Pumpa and Greg Stone, if you both want to come up.
Good evening, Michael Pumpan. I'm a resident of 2200 Winding Drive. Mayor, council members, and residents of Longmont. As the Director of Operations for Mulbara Solutions and a parent, I understand the profound fears and concerns surrounding tonight's vote on this ordinance, and we would like to continue to seek a path forward built on mutual understanding. I would like to address some of the sentiments we've heard throughout the process. First, shared living arrangements for individuals with sex offense convictions and sober living homes are not new to Longmont. They have existed in various neighborhoods for at least a decade without documented damage or reduced safety. These homes, often housing 5 or more individuals, have quietly and effectively supported men in their reintegration. The proposed bill limit of 3 residents per home, combined with distance restrictions, severely cripples this vital resource. It will inevitably lead to increased housing insecurity for those individuals, a complete loss of support, accountability, and the ability to monitor their whereabouts, which ultimately increases the risk to the community. We are here tonight not just for our home on Winding Drive, but for all of the existing shared living arrangements that are quietly and effectively contributing to public safety. Second, we've heard a consistent message. We support reentry and reintegration, but not in my neighborhood or backyard. We understand this sentiment, but we believe it represents a socioeconomic issue in which some parts of the city and different wards bear the burden of this not my neighborhood sentiment. At least 2 of the speakers today told you, why couldn't we do this in a house in an area with lower income without an HOA? However, we believe it's important to reflect on Longmont's proud vision for integrated housing and opportunities for equity amongst all citizens. True reintegration means individuals are supported in becoming productive members of society, not segregated into isolated pockets. The idea that our home popped up overnight is we feel that we've done our due diligence where we needed to, but our partnership with Bright Restorative Justice and facility engagement was invaluable. We are deeply grateful for the community to help us understand this immense value of direct dialogue, and we are committing to apply these learnings for future homes we open and continuing fostering such conversations within the Longmont community. In closing, I urge you to consider the full picture before casting your vote tonight and the effect not only on our program but several housing options across the city. We are committed to a safe Longmont. Lastly, I want the community to know that I don't see strangers and enemies in this audience, even while enduring harsh words and what feels like personal attacks. I see neighbors that I know and don't yet know, and I hope that we can continue in conversation and dialogue that thoughtfully balances helping individuals with ensuring our community's safety. One thing that I see when I come to these meetings is the neighbors that are out in their yard. They're in their community, they're taking care of their families and their homes, and they're generally going about their life, and they are not the voices here and not the many.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Greg Stone.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council.
My name is Greg Stone. I live at 2200 Winding Drive. I am the house lead for the house for Mubarak Solutions. And I come before you guys today, not with a sob story, not with a story to convince people of who I am and who I've become. But what I have come is to discuss the ordinance that's at hand about the limit of people that can live in a house as sex offenders. And I don't know the ins and outs. I don't know the formalities. I don't have the data with me to understand what the numbers should be. But what I can do is go off my own experience. And when I was incarcerated for 8 years. And in that time, I was involved in AA with a circle of people, brothers that I considered, that helped me to obtain my sobriety that I've had for over 8 years. If it wasn't for the newcomers that came in, explaining their experience, strength, and hope, it would have been very difficult for me to be able to obtain my sobriety. And on top of that, I became a born-again Christian. I started going to church. We had community groups, which had more than 8 to 10 people at some points, that without them and being able to share my stories and my struggles with, that they wouldn't be able to help me get through the tough times of incarceration. The same thing goes for Mubarak. I'm in a house with people that are like my brothers. Some of them I've been with since I've started with Mubarak back in November. We've gotten to know each other. We hold each other accountable. It's really hard to do that with only 2 other people. I can only imagine what my life would have been like in prison if I just had my cellmates and that was it, on what that would have meant for my recovery, on being able to get out successfully on parole. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention tonight. And also as far as like the 500 feet, 1,000 feet, it could be 1,500 feet. For us, it doesn't matter because we're severely monitored. We're being watched. We have to go through polygraphs. There's things that we have to do. If we fail to do that or don't comply or in violation of that, we're revocated and we go back to prison. And the one fact and data point I do know is that nobody has been revocated from Mubarak. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Seeing no one else on the list, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion. Once again, it is 2025-32. No, I'm sorry, 2025-33. Councilor Christ.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's interesting, when you're on the city council, pretty much all we do is come up with policies on how the city should run. And just in the time being on the council, I have found that people prefer decisions that they have some say in. And something about this situation is it kind of blindsided the council as well, in that what usually happens when the city makes decisions is that people come and ask to be annexed, come and ask to do a development, come and ask, for a permit or a variance. And in this case, we were not asked, we were not included in the process. So there has been multiple levels of frustration. As we learned on May 6th, we asked a lot of questions, some of which we're still waiting for answers on, and more information needs to come. But in the meantime, as mentioned, this started in February. It's been a couple of months of listening to both sides. And one of the things we've been asked for is to put something on the books, take an action. And this ordinance does that. I think we're still waiting for answers. We're still asking questions. We're still assessing. So this is just a first step, and it's something reasonable. I think there's been a lot of confusion about what this ordinance means. Jeremy Tyrell, one of our staff attorneys, has been very clear this is forward-looking. So everybody can just calm down. Okay, this is just the beginning of the discussion, I guess we would say. So with that, I would like to move ordinance 2025-33.
It's been moved by Councillor Chris, seconded by Councillor McCoy. Councillor Popkin.
Thank you, Mayor Beck. A couple questions for the city attorney here before we take a vote. Jeremy, we had emailed back and forth over the last 2 days about just a couple clarifications here. And, you know, if we're going to set a policy, I want to make sure that it's clear and that it's easily understood. So in that spirit, let me make sure, where did that go? Looking at page 4 of the ordinance, lines 12, 16, 19, and page 5, line 1, they all use the same word, let or lets. So I'll read one as an example of context. A person who, saying the restriction, the school, private park, public park, or childcare center was opened after the registered sex offender established the permanent or temporary residence. Oh, sorry, that's the previous clause. Sorry, line 12, page 4. A person who lets or rents any portion of any property, room, place, structure, trailer, or any other living space to a registered sex offender. What does the word lets mean in this context?
Right.
Good evening, Councilmember Popkin. So in this context, lets would refer to any other situation where someone is allowed to reside in that place other than a rental. So it could be a voluntary, hey, come crash at my couch or guest bedroom. It kind of covers those non-rental term. And it's just kind of, it fits those situations where you might not be exchanging compensation, essentially.
Okay. So in this context, is this like standard legal language for like otherwise allow?
It is, and I do think we have lets possibly in Title 15 of our Longmont Land Development Code. We might not, but otherwise, yeah, allow, permit. Those are all synonyms.
Okay, thank you. Then on page 4, lines 4 through 7, it says the registered sex offender had established the permanent or temporary residence prior to the effective date of this chapter. That means they're not guilty of this violation if it's been previously established, provided, however, that the exception shall not apply if the registered sex offender was committed and was subsequently convicted of an offense for which registration under the Colorado Sex Offender Registration Act is required after the effective date of this chapter. Am I reading this correctly to say that basically the exception to this is an exception to an exception, correct?
Correct.
And so that a resident who is currently living somewhere within the boundaries or the setback areas within that area prior to this policy being enacted, but commits an offense after the policy is enacted, would have to move or sell their home?
Correct. So as Councilmember Chris noted, this is forward-looking, but not in the context of, as currently written, not in the context of a new conviction that qualifies you as a registered sex offender.
So it's not them moving in. In this case, it's the action of a new offense that forces them to have to move or sell their home.
Correct. So it'd be a new qualifying offense in that case. So it has to be either be determined to be sexually violent predator, a felony involving a person under 18 years of age, a multiple conviction, or multiple victims.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were forcing people to. I mean, it's based on their actions. I get that, but is there a legal liability to the city if we are passing a policy that forces someone to move?
I don't think so without getting to specific legal advice in a public forum. It's very similar to the effect of, restrictions someone having to move, generally speaking. If your landlord raises your rent too much and you need to move and you're following this ordinance, you'll be restricted under setback requirements. It is punitive in that fact they will have to move or sell their house or rent out their house to someone else. I do get that point to it, but at the same time, the alternative is grandfathering in a conviction.
Sure. No, I realize it's a punitive action in response to an action that was an offense that was committed. Noted. And then lastly, on page 5, lines 19 to 21, any violation of this chapter shall be deemed a criminal violation of this code, punishable by a fine or imprisonment or both in accordance with the provisions of chapter 1.12 of the Longmont Municipal Code. Is that standard language, or do we kind of decide when to fine or imprison violators of different parts of our policy?
It is fairly standard language. Various provisions of Title IX and Title X may impose different penalties. This one refers to penalty under 1.12, which is our general penalty, which is the $500 in imprisonment up to 90 days or both. And that's determined by the municipal court across the street. For some offenses, we do allow for an increase or a decrease, but our code says that if you don't impose a penalty, this is what applies. So this is kind of the default penalty.
Okay. I welcome my fellow council members to comment on this if they feel strongly. I'm not thrilled with the idea that we're imprisoning people potentially who violate this residency restriction, or landlords who do that. I hope that the judge would decide that if it's out of ignorance, it's not, I know it's no excuse, but it's not imprisonable. That seems a little bit strong here. I'd welcome my fellow council members to comment on that. Harold, maybe an operational question for you, or maybe the chief of police here. Is there a way that we can, or maybe it's, I don't even know if it's the police chief, but, you know, I've read a lot of studies on this. I've heard from a lot of residents on with many perspectives. Is there a way that we can, let's say this policy goes forward and it is put in place, is there a way we can monitor the impact on homelessness in our shelters of registered sex offenders, so we can at least know whether this is working or whether there are other consequences of this going forward?
So for those individuals that have to register, yes, I think they will have that data set available to them.
In our various shelters or other?
Well, no, it won't be the shelters. It'll be the registration process that will indicate where they live.
Even if they're in a homeless shelter?
You have to indicate.
Could you or the chief just walk us through like how that process works?
So they're required to notify us, and Zach's not here, but I may get with Jeff. Jeff's behind us, but they're required to notify. I forgot her name. What's her name?
Cassie.
Cassie, in public safety about their location and where they live, and in cities where they're unhoused, they have to let you know that they're unhoused. Correct, Jeff?
Correct. And there's a higher frequency in which unhoused persons have to register to identify your temporary locations, whether it's a shelter or of other location. You have to register more frequently when you're unhoused.
Because if you're changing locations, then you have to register each time you change a location, right?
Correct.
And so do we have current data on that now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Hi, Jeff Satter, Chief of Police. Currently, there are 41 unhoused people without a fixed residence in our community.
That are on the sex
Yes,
on the registry?
Sex offender registry.
41 unhoused currently?
41.
And so
and that ebbs and flows, right? They move
as the unhoused number generally
Yes.
does. Yeah. So we could take another look in 6-12 months and see if there have been dramatic changes there, and then decide whether we want to reevaluate that. Because certainly I think what I've heard from people have said two sides here, and I'm generally hearing I think I would say most people here are caring about community safety. And that's the goal. We have different people have different ends or intentions of maybe getting to a safer community. But I think virtually everyone here is on the same page as creating a safer community. So we could genuinely look and see, are we creating a greater percentage of our unhoused population, or just sheer magnitude of numbers in 6-12 months, or really any time?
Yeah, currently we have 285. We have 5 sexually violent offenders, the 41 that lack fixed residence, so we could monitor all that. 201 of those are web eligible. So I think we could pay attention to those numbers, track that data, and see, are we seeing increases, decreases, expansions in fixed locations? So I think there's some data that we could pull from that.
Thank you. I'd welcome that as we measure the efficacy of this. Thank you.
So I am still waiting for a vote. Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I've already spoken about this before, the last time it was on our agenda. I just want to say that I find this ordinance to be problematic in many ways. I don't believe that it will increase the safety of anybody in this community. I believe it will make winners and losers out of certain neighborhoods and likely have a bunch of unintended consequences that were basically just spoken about previously between Councilmember Popkin and the chief. As far as he would like to monitor that, obviously, I anecdotally think that that number likely will increase as far as the unhoused community of registrants. With that said, it's clear that this is likely to pass, and so I will move ordinance 2025-33. Oh, I thought you said you were waiting for a motion.
A vote.
A vote, yeah.
Let's vote. I'm a yes. Ah, there, I got it finally. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So no clapping, no clapping. There are people here who don't agree with you, and they shouldn't feel unwanted, or we just don't clap because you won. If you think this was a win. I have to say also that I don't think this is necessarily a win for either side. There were a lot of emotions here just based on emotions. And we don't generally make policy based on emotions, but we do listen to everyone. So I want to thank staff for the research that you did, and it is ongoing for those of you in the chamber. This isn't something that we are just dismissing. And I agree that we need to look at it in 6 to 12 months because we can overrule this. We can change the ordinance as well. So thank everybody. We are now at, I think that's the last one on our list. So now we're at items removed from the consent agenda, and this is Councilor Christ and Councilor Popkin.
No, not me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Fearing, it's getting late. It's 10 o'clock.
I know, I get it. Thank you. Okay. Let me pull back the minutes. I was going to wait until it kind of died down.
So we have two items that we have to look at that have been removed from the consent agenda first.
Yes.
Have a seat.
Okay.
Okay.
Tell Tatum I said hi.
Oh, here we go. Okay. Let me know when you're ready, Don. You're good? Okay. So I pulled this item because I wanted to make an amendment.
Do you want to read it so they know?
And this is for, yeah, I will. And this is on page 6 of lines 5 and 6. Currently, it reads, at the primary dwelling of the property where the ADU is constructed. I would like to replace it with anybody who owns property and lives in the city of Longmont. So they're not necessarily being, having to reside as the primary dweller, but as long as they are a resident of Longmont, I would like to add that in. So we would essentially strike the language of primary dwelling of the property and insert in the city of Longmont. And
What page is that again?
it is on page 6, lines 5 and 6. We're under proof of residency. And so my motion is to amend to allow, instead of residency at the primary dwelling, to allow for residents in the city of Longmont.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Fearing that we amend the ordinance to say that they do not have to live in the residence where the ADU is, but they must reside in the city of Longmont.
City of Longmont, yes.
So my question is, what if they move out of the city of Longmont? Because we've had this previously.
So if they move out, then it falls back
Oh,
to, so I'm not understanding what you're,
Well,
so
here-
then they are no longer a city of a Longmont resident, so this wouldn't apply. But it's at the time of the application.
Exactly. We did have this earlier, and the owner of the house lived out of the city of Longmont, but he put his mother's address, if I understood this, I might have it backwards, who lived in the city of Longmont but did not own the residence and did not manage the house.
So, can I defer,
It
I'm
was
gonna
a
defer
problem.
back, because you would probably have the history of
Yeah.
that particular case.
Mayor Peck.
It was on Arapahoe Avenue.
So underneath the House bill that was approved, if you make this change, if I were a citizen of Longmont and I owned a property that I did not live at, I could apply for an ADU to be built on another property that I own. And if I were to move, I could still own it. I just could not then apply for any more ADUs to be constructed within the city of Longmont unless I moved back to Longmont and became a citizen again. So
Right.
that would be the restriction. But once it's constructed, there's no obligation or requirement to stay as a city resident.
And that also, it would also apply if a person put in an application. So as this is written, if a person put in for an application and they were in the primary resident, they could build the ADU and also leave.
That's exactly right. The same example would work whether it was required me to live at the house that I applied for the permit or lived as a resident. It would be the exact same.
Okay.
Okay. And does council need me to provide a rationale? Or,
Go for it.
oh, okay. Well, I think it would open the door for people to be able to build ADUs on their properties, as well as, you know, a major concern that I heard from members of council, including myself, was the impact to the neighborhood. So at least we know the person reside, you know, people that would reside in Longmont, they know the community, we are able to connect with them. You know, there's an opportunity to have conversation between the neighborhood as well as that property owner. It's not some, you know, disembodied figure out there in the ethos. So I think it's more community-centric.
Okay. Councilor Popkin?
Yeah, I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Ferrin bringing this up. If she didn't, I was going to. I think this is a reasonable amendment to this. It actually, the current structure of what we have in draft form before this amendment actually favors developers out of state. Like it actually restricts the ability for Longmont residents to actually help support the housing stock, and actually makes it easier for developers to do that and put the wealth out of the community. And, you know, the Mayor Pro Tem's amendment here actually makes it easier for existing residents by offering more flexibility. And our current policy makes it more likely that local investors would actually buy an additional property. Not the amendment, the current policy that we have, or draft, makes it more likely that local investors would buy an additional property rather than adding an ADU. The consequence means we're not actually expanding the housing stock, we're actually just supporting a specific property and actually taking that away for people of my generation, others who want to actually buy a home, because we're not actually adding another option on the existing property. We're making more local investors buy up other properties entirely. So I actually think, as a piece of our housing strategy, going back to a conversation on the day I was sworn in, everyone said they wanted more for sale housing. And I think this is actually a way, even though ADUs will be rentals, to keep for sale housing stock for sale. And I'm happy to clarify that if that was at all confusing.
It can be two different ways. If the owner of the home leaves, no, I'm sorry, the owner, the person living in the home builds an ADU, and then after a year and a half, they move to another city.
Sure.
They don't necessarily sell their home, but now they have two rentals.
Correct, but that wouldn't change regardless of, like, that applies regardless of the Mayor Pro Tem's motion.
I agree, but I don't know how that would make more affordable for sale.
Here's,
housing.
so I'll use me to make it easy. Let's say I wanted to buy, let's say I live in my current house and doesn't have an ADU, but I buy another house and I want to add an ADU there for additional rental revenue or whatever. As a short-term rental, I can rent it out, but that's taking that housing stock away from other people who want to step into homeownership.
Not as a short-term rental.
If I, as an investor, are taking away another property somewhere else in the city, even though I live here, I'm removing that option, that unit from the housing market. I'm going to keep it and then rent it out. Under our current policy, I can use it as a short-term rental. I'm not conflating the short-term rental piece here. I'm just talking about the resident, because sorry, not the residency policy. I'm talking about the ability to acquire other property. There's no restriction. We're not going to restrict a Longmont resident from doing that.
Of course.
And so I could buy up 5 houses and then rent them out. There's nothing that stops me from doing that. The change would be if I could add an ADU and rent that out of my property, then I'm not taking away another unit that would be up in the housing market for someone else to step in and buy, who wants to buy into that market. This actually creates more for sale options for people.
I got confused when you said short-term rental.
Sorry, then let me let's simplify this.
Oh, so, yeah, I understand what you're saying,
if I wanted to
except
get
for that one.
if I wanted to get a second unit, have a second property,
I get it.
I could buy one property and keep the one I have. That takes that other property out of the housing market. If my goal was just to get a passive revenue stream, I could also just build an ADU.
Yeah, I
could-
understand that. It was the short-term rental that.
Sorry, then I didn't mean to confuse that. I believe that the Mayor Pro Tem's, simply put, I think the Mayor Pro Tem's option offers more flexibility and actually keeps more things in the actual for sale housing market.
So you're a yay.
I'm a yay on this, yes. I seconded
Okay.
it, actually.
After all that, you're a yay.
Oh, I thought that was obvious. I seconded it, yes. Sorry, I was trying to add another benefit that I think is a real tangible benefit to the housing market here.
Councillor Christ.
I think in some ways an ADU is a culture. So you're sharing your property with another dwelling. And then, as the mayor mentioned, that, you know, maybe you move out of state and you have now 2 houses on the same property, that they could both be rentals. But I think both people have to want to live in that close proximity to each other. So I think an ADU is a bit of a commitment, if you will. And I believe when we first talked about adding this ordinance, what we were looking to do was to create some infill, but not just anywhere and not just for multiple rentals on one property. Because we wanted it to be more considered and more of a commitment to sharing a living space, if you will. And also, that type of ADU is more focused on, you know, maybe having a mother or a mother-in-law apartment, and or a son who's back from the military, or maybe something that a couple might move into and let their children have the bigger house, but live close enough where they can be checked on. And all of that has happened in my family. So I think it's a multi-generational thing sometimes, but it can also be, at one time I rented an ADU from a couple, and I actually really appreciated having a family close because it was a nicer situation for my kids when I was there. So I am in favor of keeping the ordinance as it is to start with, and we can tweak it as we get down the road if we find that that it's working or that it's not working or that we need more infill.
So there's no one else in the queue. Let's vote. So that passes 6-2. No. 5 to 2. I knew that was wrong immediately. With Councillor Christ and Councillor McCoy opposing. So it was 9D that was pulled, and that's Councillor Popkin.
I believe, Mayor, we need a motion to pass the ordinance as amended as well, back to 2025-35.
Thank you for that reminder. So can I have a motion to pass the ordinance as amended?
So I move the ordinance at 2025-35 as amended.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring, seconded by Councillor Yarbrough to move the ordinance as amended. Let's vote.
Mayor Peck, I wanted to offer another amendment.
Carried. So you're done.
Aaron already voted. It's too late.
Carried.
Okay, go for it. Yeah, Councillor Popkin.
Thank you.
Pardon?
Is this we need to withdraw this motion? Then we have to withdraw the motion.
Yeah,
Well, there can be discussion on the motion.
pardon me?
There was a motion and a second. There can be discussion on the motion, right?
We already discussed it.
No, we discussed the amendment, the motion on the amendment before.
No, we voted on the ordinance and then we voted on the amendment.
Other way.
We haven't voted on the amendment.
We voted on the amendment, we haven't voted on the ordinance.
On the ordinance with amended, as amended.
Right, we made the motion to vote on it as amended, but we have not
Correct.
voted. Okay, go for it.
So if there is not appetite for this amendment, we can proceed as planned. But I did want to raise one more thing because I think conditions have changed since we first discussed this in February. And this is where we start to talk about short-term rentals. I don't understand. I think that since February, there's been the Sundance Festival announcement that's going to change the tourism and short-term rental market here. There have been tariffs and increasing price uncertainty that might jeopardize future housing projects in general. The construction defects law passed in the state. And so like we're seeing changes across both the economic landscape and the housing landscape. So what I wanted to note here is that ADUs are a part of our toolbox for housing affordability. I think most of us agree on that. They're used, as Councilmember Christ indicated, for our in-laws, family support, visits, kids growing up and struggling to find their own place but wanting privacy, visitors and guests, additional revenue, childcare support. Even when family isn't staying there, like let's say you just wanted to do it for family or just wanted to do it for like the in-laws who are coming to help with a family that has a newborn, but the in-laws aren't going to stay there all year round. Why are we stopping people from being able to use their ADU to rent it out to people on a short-term basis in between those types of visits, to use it for additional revenue in a tighter economy when we have the Sundance Festival coming? I don't understand why we're treating, like when they could otherwise rent out their house for that.
Can you make the motion that you want first?
Well, there's been a motion in a second, and I would like
your amendment.
The amendment here is that we do allow short-term rentals here. I don't see why I could rent out my house short-term, but not the ADU. So that's what I would like to propose. I don't think I can propose an amendment on a current motion here unless it's friendly, unless it's incorporated in. But I think that's the intention, and I think that just allows for more flexibility here. We could cap it if we wanted to, at a certain number, if we wanted to try that out and see. But that's the intention there.
Councilor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. I believe that would be better suited to have a large conversation about STRs in general, not just a one-off amendment for this specific item on the agenda. Full disclosure, I would be for completely eliminating STRs from the city of Longmont. So,
yeah, I'm not. I would rather have a larger discussion as well. Councilor Christ.
Boulder had such a situation there, and people had ADUs that they rented as short-term rentals, but then they came back and started taxing those and asking for permitting and what have you. And then at least in one situation, I know of a business owner who had a house with an ADU who he rented out as a short-term rental. He eventually just sold the whole thing, house and ADU, and then an investor bought it and put up a bunch of apartments. So there you go. And that happened a lot in Boulder when they started taxing and permitting the ADUs because they were short-term rentals. So I actually agree with Councilor Rodriguez. I think we need to talk about STRs comprehensively, not just in this scenario.
I agree.
Oh, I can't see that. Councilor Yarborough.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to ask city staff about STRs. I know I agree with the comprehensive discussion about it, but have we ever, as a council, maybe I wasn't on it, but discussed that and talked about it in the past?
Councilmember Yarborough, yes, we've had a few discussions on this, and the last specific discussions ended up with the regulations we have right now, which precluded the use of STRs or ADUs as STRs. So that's how we
And
ended
what
up.
was that reasoning?
We had a problem house in the city where there was some rental that was going on that was causing a number of calls for police to come and visit due to the nature of the rental of the house. They were using it as a place where you could rent to smoke marijuana. And it ended up being kind of a party house, which ended up causing a lot of complaints and a lot of calls for service. And I think that was one of the reasons, with concern about not having the owner present on the property and having a short-term rental. But I did not work on that regulation, so I'm just sharing with what I remember of the discussion, but I didn't work on it
That sounds like the next ordinance we'll be talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want, city manager, did you have anything you want to say about it? No? Okay.
Remember if during that they actually also reduced the number of STRs that can be in an area? Yeah, so I think at the same time, by block, we reduced the number, the council reduced the number of it to one STR that could be in a block. There was a couple of issues on that. So one, there was that house. I think there was another ADU at the same time that was being constructed as an STR, and the council conversation was not to have a proliferation of STRs in any single block, and so there's also a limit on the number by block.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that everybody know we have had this discussion. And also, I don't mind having another discussion about it, but I think tonight we should vote on what we're supposed to be voting on, and then we could talk about STRs at another time. That's my opinion. That's what Councilwoman Yarborough said, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't mean a damn thing, so.
Well, I agree with you. So maybe that doesn't mean anything either. I don't know. Okay, one more time. Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, I'm sorry, Hidalgo Faring. It is too late for me.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I do not consider this a friendly amendment. I do agree that we need to have a bigger conversation instead of trying to piecemeal something. I mean, even just to make that change, I was having conversation with Don Burchett. I was like, help me. Okay, we got to do some language adjustment here. So it did take some time, and rather than trying to write it on the fly, I think, that would be just an easier process. I would like to see, definitely make a motion to bring back so we can have a more comprehensive discussion on short-term rentals. I would agree with that.
Councilor Popkin.
Great, then we'll do that in the future, and I won't belabor the point. I just want to note that this policy and most policies don't regulate bad neighbors. That's what we have a code for. And I would love, when we do have this discussion on short-term rentals, to understand violations that happen across the spectrum of ownership, rental, short-term, long-term, and that way we can know whether it's one bad apple that we're making policy on or whether it's just spoiling the bunch. So with that, I won't belabor the point.
Let's vote. I know I did. And that carries 5-2 with Councilor Christ and McCoy opposing. Okay. We are now at general business, and it's going to be,
No, we have.
Matthews D.
oh, no, okay, Matthew.
I get to be last? All right. All right. I brought this up last time when we started to discuss this on first reading, I believe, and then it was pulled because of some text additions. I would like to remove I'd like to follow the guidance of Boulder County Public Health and other professionals here and not allow for indoor smoking in these facilities. I would like to remove, I would like to amend this to remove, motion to amend to remove the indoor smoking provision. Shoot, I'm blanking on the exact text here. Hold on. Thank you. That was the piece that was added, wasn't it? That's why I don't have it in my notes.
I believe Councilmember Poplican, it was technically missing
Yes.
from the packet, so it was invisible.
Yes, thank you. So what did we say? That was 9.4.
So it's on the
D,
first page of the
right?
ordinance at the bottom in section 3.
Yeah.
The
So
ordinance is broken into sections. Section 3 addresses the indoor smoking.
yes, thank you,
portion.
Dawn. So is it just, would we remove section 3 altogether, or is it just a subsection of that?
Tim could give the legal advice.
Mayor and members of council, Tim Hull, Assistant City Attorney. That would be delete section 3 entirely would probably accomplish the goal that you're looking for.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to amend the ordinance to remove section 3.
That was seconded by Councilor Christ. The motion to remove section C in, let me read this really fast, in the ordinance 0/2025, to remove it from the marijuana hospitality licensed establishments. Any more discussion?
Thank you, Mayor Peck. We spoke about this last time. I do not believe that people who are inclined to work at said facility or enter said facility are so naive as to not think that there will be secondhand smoke, if not firsthand smoke. And I believe this is a step too far towards a nanny state for even me.
That's Councilor Rodriguez, all right. Councilor Popkin.
Well, I'm not going to debate the level of babysitting here. I think but what we're actually doing with this ordinance overall is enabling a new type of business. And my preference would be to enable it to a certain degree and then see how that works. And we can always add that further. When I hear from the American Lung Association and Boulder County Public Health and look at the research on this, it seems like there are risks from both first-hand smoking and second-hand smoke. And I think we're opening up a potential Pandora's box here. So that's why I proposed it.
Councilor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Peck. Part of my thinking on this is that the cost of this whole thing is just so cost prohibitive that I just don't see that the need to worry about that. I just don't think that the goal here is to the majority of people trying to do this will go down that path. I think it's so expensive to retrofit a building to begin with, and we have to also account for the fact that to Councilmember Rodriguez's point, people who would apply to work somewhere like that would be making their own choices. And thirdly, we have people that rent, and in their contract, they say they can't smoke at at their facility. So where else do they go? And so at some point, you know, even if somebody made it feasible, you know, cost-wise to fix to allow this to happen, I think it would be really limited. I think the real issue here is people doing the spa concept. But I mean, that's my thoughts.
So this was, the motion was seconded, and we have a discussion. We need to vote on the ordinance first, and then on the...
No, on the amendment.
Okay. And then the okay. So let's vote on this ordinance. I personally am going to vote against it not because of the indoor smoking, but because until we have a way for our policing arm of our city has a way to detect whether someone is under the influence when they are stopped for a traffic violation, I just don't think we should put our stamp of approval on anything like this until we have a way of deciding whether someone who is in an accident is under the influence of marijuana. So,
Mayor, I just want to clarify, we're voting first on the
That's right.
amendment to amend it to strike the indoor smoking.
right.
And then we'll vote on the ordinance.
Well, I just wanted to
As a
let them
whole.
know what's coming.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's vote on the ordinance. No, on the amendment. It's getting late. Give me a break. Okay, so that fails. 5-2. 4 to.
Oh, you didn't vote. You didn't even vote.
You're a yay. Well, it just fails because it was a 3-3.
3-4.
3-4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So it fails anyway. With Mayor Pro Tem Hidalgo Faring, Councilor McCoy, Councilor Rodriguez, and Councilor Yarbrough against. Now we need to vote on the ordinance.
I move ordinance 2025-37.
Second.
Any discussion? I see none. We're going to vote.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem
I'm going to
Hidalgo
belabor
Faring.
the point. Actually, I'm going to vote to move this forward because I do want to have a public hearing on this. I think it's fair for residents. You know, it wasn't one particular resident that I heard from that wanted this. It wasn't the one massage, but I had actually heard from several
That thought it was a good idea.
residents. So that's why I'm going to vote to move this forward and have a more robust conversation.
Okay. Councilor McCoy.
And I agree with Mayor Pro Tem that that's my motivation for moving it forward too.
Okay. Let's vote. I'll move it forward and then for the discussion. And that passes 6-1 with Councilor Christ opposing. Oh my gosh, am I going to make it through here?
We're almost done.
We're now at general business, and we have Jane Turner for the air quality and oil and gas update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I know it's really late, so I'm going to try to fly through this. If any of this piques your interest, I hope you know you can always reach out to me for lots of questions. I love talking about this stuff. It's been a little while since I've given an update on these programs. I'm here in the month of May because it's about to be summer, and as you know, that's when we have all of our worst air quality issues. So these are just some reminders. First of all, we know our biggest air quality issue in the Front Range is ozone. It's invisible, but it can really impact health. So, we have the right ingredients and the right geography in this area to create it. There's been a number of things that have happened in the last few years at the state and federal level. The EPA changed the status for the Denver Metro and the Front Range area, acknowledging that this area is in severe non-attainment. So we're not meeting those health-based limits. We are exceeding them every year during the summer. So it's really a reminder for all of us, as council and residents, to really step up and keep an eye on our own health, as well as try to make some steps to improve the local air. And they're very simple steps that we can take. We've got lots of information and resources on the city's webpage. If you just search for air quality, we've got ideas for everything that people can do to help improve the local air quality. So the other thing we face in summers is smoke, right? It's a huge bummer. We all want to be outside and we want it to be beautiful, and then the wildfires come in. So I just want to remind folks that those very small particles that make up smoke, they're small enough they can get from your lungs and actually move into the blood and move into the heart and do damage to the heart. So it's serious business. If you can't see the mountains and if it's smelling smoky, it's a great day to maybe change your plans, stay inside, close up those windows, keep an eye on those filters in your air conditioners, keep those fresh so that they're doing a good job. And again, lots more resources on the city website. Search for air quality. We've got ideas for how people can take care of themselves and their families on smoky days. The most important thing in the summer is just to stay informed, and I'm pitching my favorite way to stay informed about the local air quality. It's an app and a website run by EPA. It's called Air Now. It's really simple. It just gives you a color you can look at for the day. How good is the air quality? Should we have the picnic outside with my nephew that has asthma? Maybe it's not a great day for it. It's something that you want to get in the habit, just like looking at the weather, to take a look at the air quality for the day. Now, what are we doing locally about some of this stuff? We just talked about smoke, and while we often don't have a lot of control over smoke coming from another state or even another country, we want to prepare ourselves that if there is a wildfire that moves through this area, that our ecosystems are in a good, healthy, resilient shape so that we can minimize the damage that's caused. And staff works to do that using a couple of strategies. We use prescribed fire, cheatgrass control, grazing, and educating our residents on how to protect their homes. And I have Mr. Jim Crick here with me today. He's the city's ecosystem manager. So if you have any quick questions or clarifications about how the city does fire mitigation at the end of this presentation, he'll be happy to give you an answer. All right, what else are we doing locally? You may know that we have quite an extensive air quality research program here at the City of Longmont. It's above and beyond anything that the state or the EPA requires. And this is the city really trying to understand what types of pollutants are impacting our residents so that we have data that we can show to regulators, decision makers, and really have something to back up the statements and the demands that we are making. Now, we've got 2 air quality monitoring stations. We have one on the west side of town near the airport. That's the Likens Gulch Monitor. And on the east side of town, the Union Reservoir Monitor. All the data that we collect for dozens of pollutants at these stations is displayed in real time at this boldair.com website, which you can also get through the city's website on the air quality page. You can get there. If you're like me and you just kind of like geeking out and staring at graphs all day, this is where you want to be. It's really cool to see how things are changing throughout the day, all the different pollutants that we look at. A lot of great information there, which I've been working with the State Air Pollution Control Division, and they have recently agreed, hey, we're going to show you guys' data on our website. So it's really legitimizing some of the work that we're doing alongside a handful of other communities along the Front Range that also collect air quality data. So exciting stuff there. The Regional Air Quality Commission has also agreed this year to include our data in their updates of the ozone models. So this is what we use to work with the EPA to try to improve ozone strategies here across the Front Range and Denver metro area. And they're really bringing in some of this data that the communities are collecting because it's just higher quality data than what the state collects, a lot higher resolution, a lot more compounds. So our data is being used, and I'm really excited about those things. I'm also really excited about this graph. Let me talk about it. So this is methane. That's a compound that makes up a major component of oil and gas, something that we look at. It's not harmful for human health, but it is a powerful greenhouse gas, so we like to keep an eye on it. And this is showing the whole history of our air quality monitoring program. And I've drawn a horizontal black line at 5,000 ppb. Anytime we see this purple methane line spiking above there, that's what I would consider a pretty big pollution event. That's a plume of methane blowing through our city. And usually we're seeing those plumes blow from the east or the northeast. That's where a lot of that oil and gas and other industries that have methane is coming from. So when we first started this program 5 years ago, we were seeing some massive spikes. I mean, they were really surprising our researchers how high those were. And pretty often in 2020, 2021, and 2022. But what we've seen is that in the last few years, last couple of years in particular, we're not getting those big spikes anymore. And we'll occasionally see methane go above that 5,000 ppb level, but we really think that things are improving around here. So what has changed? We used some of this early data to show Colorado legislators, to show the Air Quality Control Commission, and really have some support for the statements that we were making about the oil and gas impacts. And a lot of new oil and gas regulations came on in the last 5 years. We also know from experience, showing some of these big spikes to oil and gas operators. I would call them and I would say, hey, wind was blowing from the east. You guys have some wells out there. I just clocked 30,000 ppb of methane, and they're pretty shocked. They don't like hearing that. They want to improve their reputation. So we believe that the oil and gas administrators around here they've been on their toes. They know that we're monitoring, and we hope that it's making them do a better job of keeping an eye on their facilities. So this is a very exciting graph for us. Another exciting piece of news is that we received a research grant. So last year, Longmont led an application along with some of our partners along the Front Range that also collect air monitoring data. That's Boulder County, City and County of Broomfield, Erie, and Commerce City. We called ourselves the Local Government Air Quality Coalition, and we got awarded $295,000 to take all this data we've been collecting and do some more sophisticated research on it. The research that we are contracting Boulder Air to do with this money is going to focus really specifically on where is the sources of the ozone, where are the ingredients in particular being produced, and it's going to help us give information to the state to improve their mitigation efforts so they can do something that's much more pinpointed, create policies that's much more specific to the industries and to the areas that are causing the biggest problems. So this is a 2-year research project. Won't be wrapping up till early 2027, but we're in the process right now of contracting Boulder Air, so we're really excited to get that underway. What else do we do? The oil and gas part of the program is we do a lot of other kinds of environmental monitoring, a lot of groundwater monitoring. On this map, you can see orange dots at all the places that we do groundwater monitoring around old plugged oil and gas wells. I think you guys all know we're at a state now where we don't have any active oil and gas wells left within the city, but we do actively monitor around those old plugged wells. They can break down and degrade in the environment after they've been just sitting there plugged for a really long time. We don't want to be caught unaware. We want to know if one of them is starting to leak. So we keep a pretty tight eye on them. And you can see a picture of one of these monitoring locations near the Ryder well. So we had a great example recently come up about a useful, unexpected benefit of this groundwater monitoring program. So late last year, there was this headline that came out. Regulators accused 2 consulting firms of falsifying environmental data from hundreds of oil and gas sites. So this was the state's Oil and Gas Commission discovered that a couple of the most popular consultants that oil and gas companies were working with to sample soil and make sure that cleanup was happening appropriately were apparently falsifying data. And I got a very awkward call from the director of the Oil and Gas Commission a couple of months ago that said, hey, we've got bad news for Longmont. We've looked at our data and the consultants that were used, and We think that there was some sites that when they were closing up some of these plugged oil and gas wells, that they may have falsified data. We're still looking into it. And can you imagine how relieved I was when I said, we have our own data. We always wanted to prioritize the residents' health. We had third-party sampling done. We know that all of our sites are okay. We have not in 5 years had any elevated levels of contamination past the cleanup dates. So it's a really great example of how these environmental monitoring programs really pay off. So just in summary, I'm going to reiterate how the air quality and oil and gas programs really serve our residents. We're monitoring soil and water near oil and gas facilities to help protect the health of our residents and our ecosystems. We do this air quality research, which supports our regulatory efforts, and the data is publicly available. It's free to researchers around the world to take all this great data and try to help us understand these air quality issues that we're having along the Front Range and help the state come up with some better strategies for mitigating these. So with that, any questions, or does everybody want to go to bed?
Both. Councilor Popkin.
Thanks. Just a quick question here. Remind me, Jane. What are the most common sources for ozone?
Mayor and Council, there are two key groups of ingredients that have to be in play in order to create ozone. So we have VOCs, which is a group of compounds that's coming from industry and oil and gas. That needs to be present at the same time as NOx. Those are nitrogen oxides that's mainly coming from the tailpipe, so that's transportation. When both of those are present and they bake for hours in hot sun, that's when ozone forms.
So it's those two different types of emissions, and so reducing either one of those or both helps reduce the buildup of ozone over time.
That's right. And understanding exactly which one is the limiting factor, those are the types of information that the state really needs, but hasn't been able to be very successful with their modeling efforts because their data has just not been high quality enough. So we're hoping with the addition of our data that they're going to make some better improvements. Their models have just not been performing well.
Okay. And so then hopefully with some of the city's ongoing efforts with the region and with RTD to bring passenger rail and create bus rapid transit and regional bike share, that we are reducing the use of private vehicles, that will also help bring down some of the potential contributors to both NOx and ozone, among with other pollutants as well.
Absolutely. The Longmont Sustainability Program does a really good job of covering all the pieces. My kind of oil and gas focus is complemented really nicely by the transportation efforts that the city's got underway.
Thanks a lot. Hope they work.
Thank you. I do have a question. When you say you're doing water monitoring, are we monitoring the water at Union Reservoir?
Yes.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Yes.
I'm always concerned about that reservoir because people are swimming there and there's so many fracking lines under it.
That's right. And if I was going to update you, I would be updating you specifically on those oil and gas tracers. So there are many other ways that the Union Reservoir water is being monitored just for general water quality as well, and for algae and things like that, you're aware. But for me, assume no news is good news, right?
Okay.
You haven't heard from me talking about Union Reservoir or fracking compounds, and that's because we have not seen any in the 5 years we've been monitoring there.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, thank you very much. This is
You're
really
welcome.
helpful.
My pleasure.
And thank you also for pushing Boulder Air. I think that's something that we should be very proud of.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes. Well, we did entertain you with the last segment, though, didn't we? Oh, that was good. All right. Final call, public invited to be heard.
Gary Hodges, 2148 Stewart Street. So I want to reflect a bit on this evening. I just find it, I got to say, stunning that you voted 7-0 on that setback when I've been to all these council meetings, heard a lot of people talk. I don't think anybody ever presented any compelling evidence that setbacks do anything to reduce recidivism. The setbacks don't keep people from going to the parks. They can still go to the parks. They can still walk by the schools. I mean, all of that is true. Councilmember Rodriguez acknowledged that. Councilmember Popkin has stated much of the same, how this was all arbitrary. My comments tonight about dealing with this with only limiting the number that live in a household, you would have accomplished, I think, exactly what you're trying to accomplish without affecting half the city. So right now, it's a dispersed situation, and now it's going to be concentrated. And further, if you have a larger square footage house, no one is going to subdivide that thing for 3 people. But now if you have a 1,500 square foot house or something, you're going to, that's going to become more appealing for one of these facilities, which might still be financially viable, which is my neighborhood. Councilmember Christ has suggested that over in my neighborhood, one of these houses existed and it was okay. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Christ, that's absurd. Nobody thinks this is okay. It is a truth that we all have to deal with. There are sexual predators that are living here. There will be more. And everybody has to have a place to live. And so we needed to address this in a way that would be fair for everybody. And I'm sorry you didn't take the opportunity to address why it was okay for one child to be protected by the setback policy, but another child is not. So I would like to offer all of you a chance. So this Sunday, we're having a big cookout at my house. So I invite all of you to bring yourselves and guests, whoever you want, to come to my house, and you can sit down with my daughter and tell her, I'd like to hear too, why her 3 grandsons are less deserving of protection than somebody who lives next to a park. You could also talk to my neighbor whose due date, I think, is today or tomorrow, no, today. And she has a young child also, she'll have to. So you can talk to her, you could meet her, and you could explain to her why her children are less deserving of protection. So I thought I offered a very balanced way to get out of this while spreading the risk across everybody in the city equally. And it's just wholly disappointing that you chose the path you did. And I'm sorry you complained to me for complaining today, and this is the most complaining I've done. And I do think, I'm sorry to say that I think this is the worst policy decision that I've seen this body make since I've been attending regularly. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yes, I see someone coming down.
Melissa Irwin, I'm at 2194 Winding Drive. I don't even know my own address anymore. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Again, my name is Melissa Irwin. I was late getting here tonight because I was at my oldest kiddo's 5th grade continuation, so I wasn't able to sign up for first remarks. First, I want to thank you all so much for voting for tonight's ordinance. As you know, there's still a lot of work to be done. My husband and I attended the open house at 2200 Winding Drive on May 6th. We were first asked to sign off on some ground rules upon arrival, one of which being confidentiality. I refused verbally and in writing. I was there to ask pointed questions and relay information back to community members who were unable to attend, since we were given less than 48 hours of official notice of the open house via our HOA management company, and it was held from 3 to 5 p.m. when most people are working. Luckily, my work schedule is flexible that day because unlike previous thoughts expressed by some folks in this room, I'm not a bored housewife with nothing better to do. I work full-time outside the home as well as several part-time jobs and have 3 young children. I would rather pluck out my eyelashes than have to keep focusing on this issue. I came away from the open house with just as many questions as answered. I was assured by folks that having 8 registered sex offenders living together should make me feel better because they're holding each other accountable. It is all peer support. There are no professionals in that house except for parole and probation officers twice a month. And spoiler alert, it does not. One of the folks assuring me was a parole officer who, quote, doesn't have any children, but I have nieces and nephews. Well, more like second cousins, but I know how you feel as a parent. This felt akin to someone with a puppy telling me that they know what it's like to have a newborn. I was also told that many of these men likely plead to other charges that don't appropriately paint the picture of what their true crimes were. But I've yet to hear of people pleading up, so that's concerning. I was also told that some of those guys were, quote, only convicted, some of the guys were only convicted of viewing and distributing child pornography. So I should feel more assured that they hadn't physically harmed a child. Parents are already in constant worry about the world, environment, and community their babies are living in, and knowing that many of the individuals living at 2200 Winding Drive had hurt children would prompt most anyone to want them away from your kids. Run your business out of an appropriate facility, not next to a park in the middle of a residential neighborhood. The stakes are far too high. Years ago, long before I had children, I worked in case management for adults with serious mental illness, and I built relationships with these folks who had done horrible things and had worked hard to rebuild their lives. And I believe everyone has that right, but I'll never support it being done en masse in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, Anna Graves, Prairie Village South. I want to thank you for listening to what the vast majority of your constituents have been asking of you for the past 3 months by passing ordinance 202533 tonight. I specifically want to thank the city manager's office and city attorneys for the thorough research, presentations, and legal analysis, as well as specifically Councilmember Christ and Councilmember Popkin, who responded to my many emails with very thoughtful and personal responses. So thank you both. I want to reiterate that group homes for registered sex offenders are firmly out of scope for Colorado's residential recovery facility guidelines and certifying bodies. It is this that has resulted in the creation of a business like Mobara Solutions, which we've heard many times now is the only business of its kind. There is a very obvious gap in Colorado's criminal justice system if there is only one business that is supporting this high-risk population, and this is the business that's doing it, one that continues to claim values that they aren't actually living to fruition. It is the state of Colorado who has been failing the halfway house system for well over a decade, the state of Colorado who has failed registered sex offenders by not providing adequate program oversight, and the state of Colorado who has failed by empowering this business to operate without proper oversight, and the state of Colorado who has failed our community by putting us into this situation in the first place. Mayor Peck noted earlier that things can change, and I fully expect them to. I know you'll continue to hear from community members on both sides of this issue. I please ask you, I beg of you, that as you learn more from community members, from the city manager's operational reviews that are still ongoing, from any ongoing discussions with the state, that you share openly with us, your constituents. We want to hear from you just as much as you want to hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Nathan.
Melissa's comment, she told me about, sorry. She told me about what she'd heard. I wasn't able to go myself. What the really alarming thing to me was is probation parole was sitting there talking about how it's great to have them all in the same place so we can monitor them because, it's so important that we monitor them. In my mind, it's a criminal justice issue. Like, why? I mean, you've heard about how the halfway houses are failed, so they can't send them there because the state hasn't been able to manage that. So now probation and parole wants them all in the same house in a neighborhood, in a residential area that they can monitor and manage. I mean, it's just not fair to our community, anyone in our community for that matter. And then also, Mayor Peck, I think maybe you missed it. The person who started the applause was Mr. Mubaraz.
Oh, he did.
Yeah. So, I know you probably didn't see this. I feel like he's turning the council meetings and things like this into a three-ring circus.
It's okay. It
I
didn't
know.
matter.
I know. I don't know if the rest of you noticed that. But, he very slowly and gingerly started an applause that other people joined in. So, thank you.
Seeing no one else, I will close. Final call, public invited to be heard, and ask for mayor and council comments. Councilor McCoy.
I just want to alert people that in the coming week, we'll have a lot of kids that we normally don't have running around the neighborhoods because school is quickly coming to an end for this year. So keep an eye on them in your cul-de-sacs and on the streets so that you don't back into them or anything like that. So be just visually aware.
Councilor Christ.
And a great place for those children to go is the newly opened Fox Meadow Park.
Oh my God, that was amazing.
Wasn't that fun?
Yes, it
And the mayor pro tem put herself in danger for a great photo. There's a great zip line there. If you haven't gone yet, it's fun to do. And the kids came down the zip line while we were cutting the ribbon. And but the mayor pro tem is good at dodging. So anyway, go check it out. It's over off of well, let's see, in Fox Meadows over there by Deerwood and yeah, and down that way. Long anticipated. So, and a wonderful job that the staff did.
Mayor Popkin, there you go.
I'm mayor now?
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm truly honored.
How about Mayor Pumpkin?
I've gotten worse. There was a couple comments that were made that I wanted to just briefly clarify related to the policies, one of the policies that we passed tonight, which was who was prioritized and where they were living. And what the policy actually did was restrict registered sex offenders from living in a certain area, not change who across all parks, all schools, all daycares, and so places that all children and all kids and other families would frequent. So while there might be a certain impact on neighborhood streets, like the focus was on the specific places that people would be frequenting, even if it doesn't stop the sex offender from walking through the park, right? So that was the intention of that. We can certainly disagree on or discuss like whether this policy is effective or not. And I actually would appreciate from staff, and I don't know if this is a motion or not, and I can do that another time if so, but I would appreciate a regular update. Let's say like maybe on a quarterly basis or so, just to understand like, is this having an impact on our unhoused population? Is it is it reducing housing stability? Because that's not the goal, because that leads to greater unsafe situations. So that I would be really interested in as we go forward here. Hopefully it has the desired impact and makes our community safer. And if not, I'd want to know that. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager?
Mayor, I actually do have a report. I forgot it earlier. One of the things council directed us to do is bring back options for a fishbowl related
yes.
to minimum wage. So we have been working through that issue. One of the things that's come up is some of our neighboring communities have reached out where they're interested in this. I did talk to the mayor and Councilmember Yarborough because it was her motion. One of the things that we were looking at as staff is before we come back with the fishbowl, maybe bringing all the communities together that want to be part of this to have a conversation with the councils in a virtual meeting. To get a sense of what everyone's looking at and then have the fish bowls after that. And so just wanted to run that by council to see if that is something you want to consider, is having that joint conversation with the other cities on this issue.
I do. Councilor Grace?
Well, refresh my memory, but I think when we talked about it, Councilor Yarborough said she really wanted to hear what the people of Longmont had to say. And I think that's where I'd like to start. I think we need to have our own fishbowl just for Longmont, but I don't mind making it more regional after we get the data and information that we need from our citizens and business community.
Before you answer, I move, somebody needs to make a motion.
We'll be done in 3 minutes. Come on.
Okay.
We can do it.
Yes, I agree. We do have information for the city of Longmont, and what he was saying was bringing all our brother and sister cities together and go over the information, because what's happening, a lot of cities are looking at Longmont because we took our time, we weren't bullied or anything. We took our time to get this information. They don't even know where to start. And so with all of us as city councilors come together and then share all the work that our staff has done, and they're like, oh my gosh, right? And then we go over it, and then we have the fishbowl. And so that's basically what we're gonna do, if that's okay, if you all approve of it.
So we're going to share our plan for the fishbowl with our sister cities?
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
And then it will be a Longmont-specific fishbowl, and,
Yes.
and they may join it, but it's still going to be Longmont-focused.
They can attend, yeah.
Okay.
City Attorney.
No comments, Mayor.
Thank you. Harold, do you want a nod of heads on this? Yeah, all of those, just say yes or nod your head or raise your thumbs up if we want to go forward on the fishbowl.
Wave it like you just don't care.
There we go. Okay, Counselor McCoy made the motion to adjourn. Seconded by Counselor Christ. All those in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
1 minute to spare.
Woo!
We did it.
My dog is mad at me right now.
Oh, my gosh. There's gonna be a bubble.